quite beautiful. So we will continue the program today with many disciples sharing and well-wishers. And we'll start off with hearing about His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami. So Bhakti Tirtha Swami was born John E. Favors in a pious, God-fearing family. As a child evangelist, he appeared regularly on television, and as a young man, he was a leader in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s civil rights movement. At Princeton University, he became president of the Student Council and also served as chairman of the Third World Coalition. Although his main degree is in psychology, he has received accolades in many other fields, including politics, African studies, and international law. Bhakti Tirtha Swami's books are used as reference texts in universities and leadership organizations throughout the world. Many of his books have been printed in English, German, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Macedonian, Croatian, Russian, Hebrew, Slovenian, Balinese, and Italian. His Holiness has served as assistant coordinator for penal reform programs in the state of New Jersey, Office of the Public Defender, and as a director of several drug abuse clinics in the United States. In addition, he has been a special consultant for educational testing services in the USA and has managed campaigns for politicians. Bhakti Tirtha Swami gained international recognition as a representative of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, particularly for his outstanding work with scholars in the former communist countries of Eastern Europe. Bhakti Tirtha Swami directly oversaw projects in the United States, particularly Washington, D.C., Potomac, Maryland, Detroit, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, West Africa, South Africa, Switzerland, France, Croatia, and Bosnia. He also served as the director of the American Federation of Vaishnava College and Schools. In the United States, Bhakti Tirtha Swami was the founder and director of the Institute for Applied Spiritual Technology. He was the director of the International Committee for Urban Spiritual Development and one of the international coordinators of the Seventh Pan-African Congress. Reflecting his wide range of interests, he was also a member of the Institute for Noetic Sciences, the Center for Defense Information, the United Nations Association for America, the National Peace Institute Foundation, the World Future Society, and the Global Forum of Spiritual and Parliamentary Leaders. A specialist in international relations and conflict resolution, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami constantly traveled around the world and had become a spiritual consultant to many high-ranking members of the United Nations, to various celebrities, and to several chiefs, kings, and high court justices. In 1990, His Holiness was coronated as a high chief in Warri, Nigeria, in recognition for his outstanding work in Africa and the world. In recent years, he met several times with then-President Nelson Mandela of South Africa to share visions and strategies for world peace. In addition to encouraging self-sufficiency through the development of schools, clinics, farm projects, and cottage industries, Bhakti Tirtha Swami conducted seminars and workshops on principle-centered leadership, spiritual development, interpersonal relationships, stress and time management, and other pertinent topics. He was also widely acknowledged as a viable participant in the resolution of global conflict. On August 5, 2004, Bhakti Tirtha Swami was diagnosed with melanoma cancer in his left foot. Although he made every effort to treat his condition, the cancer continued to spread, leading His Holiness to teach the most important lesson: how to die. During the time after his diagnosis, he gave numerous lectures on the topic and completed a book of meditations, The Beggar 4, Die Before Dying, also dedicated to this same topic. Almost a year later, on June 27, 2005, His Holiness departed from this world, surrounded by loving friends, relatives, and disciples. Although His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami has seemingly gone, he actually left behind him a powerful legacy that will continue to live on through his students and well-wishers, and specifically through his books. Numerous lectures, seminars, and workshops wait in the archives for Harinam Press to transcribe and to publish in future books. B.T. Swami's teachings will undoubtedly continue through these unique books and through the lives of those who imbibe his message. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. All right, Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome again. So this is part 2 of our celebration of the 74th Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. And we will continue our program with a video clip from, so we'll hear directly from His Holiness. And this was recorded in Gita Nagari, and it was New Year's Eve 2001. And thank you to His Grace Ajamil Prabhu for providing us with this video. Here we go.
So I wanted to read Srila Prabhupada's little poem of prayer when he was coming to the West, to America. It's a very classical example of one seeing him or herself in a situation that seemed practically insurmountable, impossible, by all rationality improbable, but at the same time realizing that by Krishna's divine intervention, that the most amazing things can manifest. And as devotees, especially in these times when practically everything that can go wrong is going wrong, there are times to really to wonder, Krishna, hey Govinda, what is happening? What should we do? It's really those times that we are more intense and desperate, that we have the greatest chance to advance if we can somehow channel that desperation at the lotus feet of Radha Damodara, at the lotus feet of our worshipful deities. Because at that time, that the mind is more honed in, the mind can harness what is going on with the aspirations and the dedication and place it right there, if we do that. Otherwise, at the time, it can become even more avoiding the medication that can help us. We run away. When most people have their biggest fall, it's because they're having a greater chance to advance. It's a matter of which side that they choose. People who, even in the secular sense, so somebody gets a certificate, somebody gets certain kind of recognition, honorarium, etc., it means that there was a chance that they could be bypassed, there's a chance that they could miss the opportunity, or it's a chance that they could embrace it and grab hold to it. The child taking an examination is having the chance to show what he or she has internalized, what he or she has become, or a chance to show what one did not take advantage of. But the teacher does not want the child to fail. The teacher is giving the examination so the kid can show that he or she has used, has learned what was given, and now can move on to the next lesson. So, it's a time now in the world. It's a time in our families, and surely in our institutions, where we can have intense desperation and cry out for some clarity, understanding, or we can cry out with anxiety and frustration and gloom, and even curse the Lord. And some people will do that. So when things are really, really complex, we can even internally smile and anticipate and wonder, wow, I wonder how Krishna is going to fix this mess. This is a huge mess. Only Krishna can make a difference here. And then we can be excited and make ourselves available so Krishna can do things around us and hopefully even with us. And so I would like us to share amongst ourselves, because spiritual life is very personal. It's not just about theories and conceptualization. It's about growth experiences. It's about processing, and ultimately it should be about realization and participation. We're not people who are just interested in antiquity, nor are we interested in just modernity. We don't care so much about either one. We care about how Krishna's love is always accessible. And so his love is coming from the past, and his love is with us in the present and will be there in the future. And so we are studying Sadhu, Shastra, Guru, etc. So we can be able to constantly look forth and be able to somehow to connect with Krishna's love. So Nirvanda Krishna Sambandha Yukta Vairagya. When something is favorable for enhancing that devotion, we are excited. And when it's not, we're ready to deter ourselves from connecting with such. So we would like you all to think about some classical time in your own lives when you distinctly could see that Krishna was intervening. Distinct times in your life when you can see that Krishna arranged some special situation to assist you, to help you, to relieve you, to guide you, that was far beyond your own intelligence or your own facility to arrange. Another way of looking at this is considering the specific time in your life that's very outstanding, when you can understand that some empowerment was taking place. His chances to accept the attitude of gratitude. As we have more gratitude and more cognizance of what Krishna is doing in all of our lives, then we can have more of that happening on an ongoing basis. This should be a year where we are more and more ready to expect and to anticipate and to help bring on the miracle. Who wants to be part of some boring environment where people are not being able to be happy because they are not experiencing the higher aspects of devotion? Why should we go through all of these rituals and go through all this austerity just to be miserable? Why should we go through all of these austerities just to play church? There are people all over who are playing religion, in the mosques, in the churches, and all over in the mandirs. And so the internal aspects or the realization and the ruchi and the taste is not so much existing, and so therefore religion becomes like an extracurricular thing that they do at different times so that somehow God will be ingratiated. They're all, I want to be chastised by the Lord, and I want to engage in offenses, aparad, so therefore they do a little something as a way to satisfy the Lord. Obviously, Krishna consciousness is not supposed to be about such. But it's supposed to be about preparation for entering into the divine realm of eternal love, where every moment is an experience of higher romance. It is not about just trying to engage in karma kandic activities. It's not just about just even trying to honor Dharma. We must honor Dharma in order to get Sanatana Dharma, but it is highly above all of that. But in order to attain that, we ought to pay our dues. And our dues is to engage in the process with dedication and devotion, where our senses are not becoming enslaved, but becoming freer and freer, for highest sense gratification. That's pranam. Be thinking for the next 3 or 4 minutes. Experience that you share with us a time in your own life, and you choose one of the times when you could distinctly see that Krishna was intervening to assist you. Krishna was, or either he was empowering you, and therefore the outcome was far greater than what you anticipated or could have done yourself. And after I chant pranam, I'll read briefly the 1/2 page of Prabhupada's prayer, and then we like to have the sharing. Because we are interested in how we can maximize our collective acceleration in Krishna consciousness. Not about just coming into temples, hearing somebody lecture day after day, and then you go back and nothing happens in your life. We can go to the movies, look at television, get a video, and you can do all of that, be entertained. It's not about chanting Hare Krishna day after day after day after day and still having the same patterns in one's consciousness. It means that something quite isn't connecting if those transformations are not taking place. And sometimes they're not taking place fast enough because we're not having proper gratitude of when they do happen in our lives. As someone is trying to accomplish something, sportsman, musician, whatever, each time there's a victory, they become a little bit more positive about the possibilities of the next victory. But as they are not seeing the victories or having the victories, then they'll gradually develop a mentality of impoverishment, a mentality of defeat. And even the Krishna who was there, making himself available, will not sufficiently turn to him. There is not one person sitting here who hasn't had miracles happening in their lives at different times. There's not one person sitting here who hasn't had some experiences at some special times when Krishna just came through in the most miraculous ways for you. There's not one person who's sitting here who hasn't had some times when they were frustrated, full of gloom, full of anxiety, and somehow some miracle took place. Some of our young brahmacharis, they're distributing books. And so because they're out there day after day and trying somehow to share Prabhupada with the masses of people. And so as they're involving themselves in such a dangerous activity, that constantly Lord Nityananda's mercy comes through. And so they'll have many ways that they can see that. But we all have had so many experiences in our families, with our husbands, with our children, as we're dealing with our economics, our finance, all kinds of issues where we can see there have been various times that Krishna has in fact come through. Now Krishna is not just bound to being our servants, and there are times when we had our own idea what he should do and it didn't necessarily happen. But there are distinct times when we can kind of move ourselves, especially our ego, out of the way, and we see Krishna just facilitating us in the most miraculous way. So after we chant the pranam, we like to share some of our experiences. We're entering into a new year. This is a chance to reshape our minds. It's a chance to kind of focus more on refreshing our spirits. It's an opportunity where we have a greater chance now of remaking our aspirations, trying to see better and better. As years go on, we want to come closer and closer to being able to leave this body with a sense of excitement and a sense of victory. Every moment, we are coming closer to that appointment where we either go to the spiritual kingdom or we meet Yamaraj once again. And so now we're in this human form, and we all have the opportunity to keep saying yes to Krishna. We don't have within our jurisdiction always how to always control our external environments. In most cases, they're pretty hellish with some of the experiences we have to undergo. But we do always have the opportunity of how we individually respond. And that is all an internal affair. So we can always still be internally responding, yes, Krishna, yes, Krishna, yes, Krishna. Distinctly, I want nothing less than your full love and association. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Utale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Vishnupadaya Daya Bhutale Kantasami Inamne Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasarine Namaste Sunjabani Askacha Deda Sarne Sati Deve Gauravani Prasarine Namaste Sunjabani Askacha Deda Sarne Namaste.
Jai, that was so wonderful. Thank you so much, Maharaj. In this lecture, Maharaj guided us on reflecting on how to see the Krishna miracles in our lives and being able to say yes to Krishna. So thank you for that wonderful, one of Maharaj's many wonderful messages for us. Okay, so now we are going to move on, and I just want to remind you that there is language interpretation available in Spanish, Portuguese, and Russian. So if anyone is in need of that, they can click on this on the screen there. And now we're going to move to hearing from Her Grace Parvati Devi, who was one of Maharaj's senior disciples, and she's going to lead us in the prayers to Lord Nrsingadev.
Jai Hari, Jai 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 Shri Hari. Hare Krishna, everyone. Dandavas Pranam. Thank you for that picture. I appreciate that. Om Gana Tamriyana Shah, Gana Gana Shalakaya, Chakshulimatanyena, Tashmai Shi Grave Namaha. Vanchakapatarubyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhevacha, Badanam Bhavivyo, Vaishnavayevyo, Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shri Gadadhar Shivasane Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gurve Gora Chandra Radhikaye Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktayata Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Namaste Nada Shrimaya Pralada Lada Dayani Hiranyakashipu Vaksha Silatanka Nakalaye Ito Nishima Barato Nishima Yato Yato Yamitato Nishima Bahir Nishima Hirdare Nishimo Nashem Hamadim Saranam Papadai Tabakaba kamalaba re nakam abhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadrita Nadahadi Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jayana Shringadev, Jayana Shrimadev, Jayana Shrimadev, Jayana Shrimadev, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nitai Gora Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Jaya Jaya Haribo, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Dev. Hari Haribo, Jai Shri Krishna. Happy Manande.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Parvati Prabhu. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Haribo.
All right. So now we are going to move on. We're going to Mayapur now, and we're going to get to see His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj, who is one of Gurudev's sannyasi disciples and an initiating guru himself. And he is going to lead us in Pushpanjali at Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's Samadhi. And then after that, he's also going to read for us Maharaj's last Vyasa Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada from 2004. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Mataji, Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, we want two videos to be spotlighted. One would be the Mayapur Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Swami, and then there's another one saying Mayapur Samadhi, no audio. So we can give you darshan of the Samadhi and also of the assembled devotees here. And the laptop, which is spotlighted now, from which I'm speaking, last letter, that would be for the next section that comes. So I can be removed from the spotlight, and I can be spotlighted when Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Swami Maharaj has to speak after this. Yeah, this is perfect.
Night is coming. It will become very dark soon.
Yeah.
We are waiting.
So we are starting now because it's very dark here. So we are starting now.
Okay, we're ready for you.
We're not inside the house. Can we start? You can start. Spanjali. We're starting now. Om Agyana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Jena Ashmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Ayam Rupa padamahim dadati swapadantikam pandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuttapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Bitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Harijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lolita Shri Isakhanditamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prisaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Itinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gora Vani Pracharini Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pastacha Desatarini Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prisaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Itinamine Shri Varasabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayini Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jwala Premadya Sri Rupanuga Bhaktida Sri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Sri Murtaye Dinatarini Rupanuga Virudhas Pasidhanta Bhantaharini Namo Gora Kishoraya Shakshad Vairagya Murtaye Vipalamba Asambude Padambujaya Te Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Viribhava Bumbestvam Viridishta Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Sri Jagannataya Te Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyas Cha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahabharanyaya Krishna Prema Padayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvishe Namaha Pancha Tattva Atmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhaktasaktikam He Krishna, Karuna Sindhu, Dinabandhu, Jagadpati, Gopisa, Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta, Namostute, Jayatam, Surato, Pangur Mama, Madan Materi, Gati, Matsarabaswa, Padam Bujo, Radha, Madana Mohano, Divyad, Vrindaranya, Kripa, Kalpa, Drumada, Srimad, Ratnangara, Simhasanastu, Srimad, Radha Srila, Govinda Devu, Prestalivi, Sivyamano, Smarani, Sriman, Rasa, Rasarambi, Vamsivata, Katastita, Karsan, Veniswanair, Gopir, Gopinata, Siyesuna, Taptakanchana, Gorangi, Radhe, Vrindavaneshwari, Prisabhanu, Sute Devi, Pranamami, Hare Priye, Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhara, Sivasadi, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The flower you have in your hand, you divide into three.
आपके हाथों में उसे 3 हिस्सों में बांट लीजिए,
Divide into three.
3 भाग में कर लीजिए उसे,
But don't throw it.
उसे फेंकिएगा मत।
When we finish,
जब हम पढ़ लेंगे
then
तो
you can throw all at the same time.
तीनों भाग में जो आप बांटे हैं उसे एक साथ आके अर्पित करिएगा, यहाँ वहाँ मत फेंकिएगा।
Don't throw the flower because where you are standing, it will not reach here.
वहाँ का पुष्प आगे तक महाराज तक नहीं पहुँचेगा।
Just keep your flower.
फूल अपने पास,
So when we finish, then you can come and throw it there.
महाराज को अर्पित कर सकते हैं, फूल पास में आके एक
So
एक करके।
to be directly at his lotus feet,
डायरेक्टली वो उनके चरण कमल में आप अर्पित
it
करेंगे,
will be easy to clean also.
तो सफाई में भी ये भक्तों को आसानी पड़ेगी।
So you repeat.
तो हम दोहरा रहे हैं,
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namini Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Ashritadmane Sri Gaura Aruna Shakti Bhakti Teti Iti Namini Essa Puspanjali His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj Ki. Keep your flower, don't throw it. You can offer, but keep your flower, don't throw it. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namine Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Ashritadmane Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Iti Namine Isa Pushpangali Solenel Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj Ki Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Vishnu Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namine Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Ashritadmane Sri Gaura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Dinamine Isa Pushpangali Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj Ki Srila Gurudev Ki Hare Krishna. Now you can offer your flowers. Thank you. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vita Bhutala Vibhuti Chitta Shri Krishna Shivara Karuna Shakti Yasi Chitta.
Hare Krishna, everybody. So we are done with the
Nice.
Pushpanjali here.
Forgot.
The devotees are offering their flowers.
What?
And post that, we'll be ready to start with the letter.
When you offer your flower, we should get back so that other people can come and do their own.
Hare Krishna. Mataji, am I audible? I'm speaking from the Samadhi.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
so
hear you.
we're just taking about 2 minutes to wind up here, and we'll be ready to start with the next lineup.
Okay,
The
we're
devotees
ready
are
for
offering
the.
their flowers.
Yes, we're ready.
All right, thank
And
you.
Hare Krishna. And for those who are just joining, we just finished the Pushpanjali for His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, and this is live in Mayapur and at his Samadhi. And now, in a few minutes, we're going to hear His Holiness Bhakti Dhira Damodara Maharaj, and he's going to read Gurudev's last letter to his last offering to Srila Prabhupada, his last Vyasa Puja letter.
Hare Krishna. Tech team, can we spotlight Bhakti Tirtha Swami, the Zoom ID with the name Bhakti Tirtha Damodar Swami. Yeah, last letter hyphen Bhakti Tirtha Damodar Swami. Yeah. Thank you. I need this. Stand here with the flashlight from top. Both of you. Stand on two sides with flashlight on top.
You can sit down.
सभी भक्त अब बैठ
Yes.
सकते हैं जिन्होंने फूल अर्पित कर दिए हैं बैठना शुरू कर दीजिए
Can I start now? Final letter of His Holiness Bhakti Swami, May 8, 2005. Dear Maharajas, Prabhus, and disciples, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. This is the final letter that I will be sending out. Our movement is like a young adult. There are many things that everyone experiences, individuals, as well as institutions, that are part of the maturation process. As we grow, we also have to deal with growth pains. Often after these growth pains, we experience the greatest benefit, our struggles, just like a mother who is pregnant and who is bringing forth children. Each time before she gives birth, she has to deal with almost unbearable challenges. So we as an institution have experienced so many birth pains and challenges, especially each time there is opportunity for major acceleration. Sometimes some of these tests, institutionally and individually, have heavily bewildered us, seriously wounded us, and unfortunately, sometimes temporarily destroyed us. But we all know that there can not be serious growth and advancement without austerity. Prabhupada explains in the Bhagavatam that an easy life and Krishna consciousness go ill together. Each of us has our own battle of Kurukshetra that we have to deal with. In any battlefield, situation, one can be victorious or one can be a failure. However, even when one is a failure, it can be used to come back stronger at a later time. In the battlefield situation, one is in the almost dangerous environment where the most gruesome as well as the most noble things take place. But with good association, the individual has more guarantee to become successful. We have been offered the very best strategy and association by our wonderful acharyas. So really, if we become failures, it is ultimately our own fault. If we keep in good association, even our temporary defeat will remind us, but not define us. From these setbacks, we should individually as well as collectively become stronger and hopefully wiser and more unified. It is important to remind ourselves that at the end of the day, all we really have is each other. Ultimately, a genuine family is eager to see how to help each other. They share in the defeat and they share in the success, especially since devotees are Praduka Duki. So many of us have been pioneers. Pioneers naturally make sacrifices for future generations. But ultimately, they establish the foundation. The special mercy is that all we did is in our spiritual bank account. I have personally noticed that many devotees build their spiritual investment, and when it is almost time for them to benefit from their credit, that is, to receive empowerment and to accelerate by leaps and bounds in their consciousness, Maya finds a way to trick them so that they become unaware or unable to benefit from what is available at the right time. These kinds of tests bring a person to tremendous crossroads. At a crossroad, we can take the path of success, more profound selfless devotion, offering oneself more intensely than ever before to Guru and to Krishna. Or we can choose the path of selfishness, on all kinds of subtle attachment that will lead to downfall. My realization is that without sufficient humility and high quality association, many people will take the path of temporary failure. It seems that several of the recent serious fall downs in big places are connected with the four major factors: apparatus, a lack of humility, a lack of quality association, and a lack of understanding of some of the dynamics of advancement. Some of the great dark night of the soul challenges. As more of us raise the quality of our own consciousness, this will lead to consistent manifestations of deeper purity and will have a greater impact on the environment. Just as Maya is contagious, authentic bhakti is contagious. I have made many mistakes in my devotional career, especially in the area of being more sensitive to devotees' needs. I feel I was given a special service in Srila Prabhupada's mission to help the devotees to look closer at how to raise above anartha liberty. A lot of my focus in preaching was to care for and to help the devotees as best as I could, especially to help them to recognize their stagnations while they simultaneously develop the faith and technologies and how to be less and less distracted. I also feel that I was given a few special privileges and a lot of help in addressing a small part of Srila Prabhupada's mission on how to solve material problems with spiritual solutions. This required a certain style of presentation. It wasn't so much that I sacrificed developing external shadow qualities, but I think it had more to do with some of the ways I needed to function to go in like a needle and come out like an elephant. After all, it was these kinds of services, creative Sankirtan, which constantly got me Srila Prabhupada's favor when he was on the planet. This was one of the reasons I chose to leave my body in the West on the battlefield. Another reason was that I realized if a few more of the senior leaders leave their bodies where they are major projects, this will play a significant role in helping to develop and secure those projects. What we speak of reminding ourselves that so much of Srila Prabhupada's success was in establishing holy dams all around the world. The important thing, in my humble opinion, is since the scriptural injunction states that One should always desire to live in the holy dams, and one should leave their body in the holy dams. We understand that, yes, it is physical, but more importantly, it is a state of consciousness. We should never minimize the sacredness and the benefit of leaving our bodies in the holy dam. So many wonderful special helpers are there in the holy dams to assist one with their transition. By the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, all kinds of people help for the devotee is arranged. I have shared with many of you that one of my greatest realizations is that even when we think we are doing our best, it is still so insignificant. Or that the mercy of Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, and their many helpers, they will maintain what we have and supply big time what we are lacking. By the mercy of all of you, there are indications that I may be on my way back to the spiritual world in perhaps 1 or 2 weeks. And I may also be able to continue to have some influence here to assist the mission. I want to offer my apologies to all of you that I have offended, especially due to my often radical and orthodox nature. I want to thank you so much for helping my life to be successful by allowing me in my own small way to offer myself up in sacrifice, somewhat in a mood of Vasudeva, to try to be the servant of the servant. Only by your constant prayers and the constant pushing of Srila Prabhupada in keeping me somewhat focused was I able to pass the final test. So I leave you my funny mantra with its different variations. We are all spiritual warriors. We are blessed by the best. We have a duty to reach out more to help each other to pass their tests. In order to successfully deal with the pains of maturation, the birth pains, and our own battle of etc., all of us really need more of each other's protection. That protection manifests more profoundly in how we allow ourselves to be conduits for Krishna's and Srila Prabhupada's mercy. This experience of leaving the body is frightening and scary at times, full of surprises, pain, and inconveniences. But I also understand that so much of my suffering is just a token due to Srila Prabhupada's mercy. When I look at all the people that Srila Prabhupada used me to assist in various ways, all of the inconveniences and suffering are surely worth it. So I will now go ahead and join some of those who have already left and help them in making arrangements for so many of you. Isn't this powerful global interplanetary family that we have so wonderful? Lastly, let me say to my biological family, I want to thank all of you for allowing me to take birth in your family so I could hide out a little bit and do the special work that I was sent here to do in connection with previous lifetimes. There should not be so much ambiguity after my departure, as many things have been spoken or written down. For example, how my disciples and well-wishers should continue with various projects. Later, there will be a posting of who to contact when one sends in their application for health grant. The grant will be in gift of $1,000 to $3,000 for each legitimate request as long as the money is available. This amount is insignificant, but it is just a token from me in an effort to use money that was sent from around the world to cover the cost of my health expenses. It is one way that I want to bring more attention to the fact that it is not just the leaders who should receive so much support, but each dedicated sadhu should be able to look forward to various support systems, kicking in for them more and more in the future. When we think more about when we think more about others' welfare, Krishna will hear our prayers. He will help us to find more and better ways to do our part in serving our own communities as well as serving the world. We are not salvationists. We do not want to just give assistance and love only to those of our same faith. We don't want to be that pseudo spiritualists who just want to facilitate their own kind. We want to be active agents for global consciousness raising. I love you all, and I will find even more ways to show it after I leave this body. Yours in Slapapa's service, with love, Bhakti Tirtha Swami. Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj ki, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj Gurudev ki, Itai Gaur Premanand.
Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for joining us today and for leading us in the Pushpanjali and reading that beautiful offering. We're very grateful to you.
I'm grateful
We're very grateful to you for being here.
for the service to here. We are grateful to all of you for organizing this and giving us a chance to do some service. We are eternally indebted for all of you to Guru.
Thank you, Maharaj. And I want, I hope everyone is aware, you probably don't know that most of the devotees who are in the background here making sure this program goes on, many of them are disciples of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj. So we're very grateful for him. We're very grateful for them, without whom it would be very difficult to do this program. So thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, we are all your servants.
Okay, thank you, Maharaj. So we are going to move to Ghana now. We're leaving Mayapur and we're traveling over to Ghana. And we are, well, actually, first we're going to see a video recording of a kirtan at the Samadhi still, at Maharaj's Samadhi. And then we're going to hear some offerings from some Ghanaian disciples. Her Grace Dama Devi Dasi, His Grace Pavitra Das, His Grace Guru Das, and His Grace Kshatriya Das. So we are ready to see the Ghanaian offerings. Hare Krishna.
So where is our guru to? Shri Krishna. Please protect me and maintain me, Krishna consciousness, so that my loving service still flourish higher and higher. I remain your servant, Dharma Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Well, I'd like to share one pastime with Bhakti Tirtha Swami. One time Bhakti Tirtha Swami came here and he was asking, after his lectures, people asked of questions. And they asked him whether he believed in Trinity. Yeah, he said he believed in Trinity because it's a nice teaching and it shows unity in diversity. Even we don't know how they compromise. He said he would like to break it for us. Unity simply means God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. The Father is their own people called Jehovah, people from Yahweh, people from Allah, and we call him Krishna. No difference. The Son is there, that is Jesus Christ, who is the bona fide ambassador, delegated from spiritual world, penetrated to material world, just to rescue us. That's why he always say, I am the truth, I am the way, I am the life. Nobody can come to the Father except through me. He sometimes say, my Father and I are one. What way is he one with the Father? In perfect peace, love, and harmony, and in responsibility of rescuing the conditioned soul back to the Father. So that is the Son. And when we talk of the Holy Ghost simply means the presence of God inside everybody that dwell in the heart of every soul, that does us in realization and reflection when we listen, when we meditate. That's why Jesus Christ always say the kingdom of God is within. So this is how he explained the Trinity, and he said this is how they compromise. Thank you very much. It's one of the past.
Hare Krishna. I am Guru Das, disciple of Bhakti. I'm speaking from the Radha Govinda Temple, Media Accra, Ghana. So, Guru Dev is very fond of television and college programs because he says for the television, at one go, thousands and millions of people will listen. So he loves it so much. And also, he loves the college programs, the university programs, because the students, there's already audience, and there's the students are intellectuals, and also they are future leaders. So he loves those programs very well. Guru Dev is very time conscious. He doesn't waste his time. When he have an appointment, he has to be there on time before the program starts. And from morning to evening, he always keep himself engaged in one Christian conscious activity or the other, from one preaching program to the other. When you are traveling with him, he's in the car, he's either chanting or someone is reading to him. When he's eating, somebody must be reading to him, or if he's taking his massage, getting ready to sleep, he must be listening to something, either Prabhupada or some lectures. So that way he kept himself always busy 24 hours a day, Krishna consciousness. Also, Guru Dev likes, is very, very sensitive. He's very, what should I say, attentive to every situation. When it comes to an environment, you need to take note of things, especially new faces. He does take note of a new face. After the program, or in the audience, after the program, you take the leader to task. You ask you about the person, whether he's been coming, for how long he's been coming, or what is his profession, where does he stay, is he married, if he's not married, why don't you encourage him to take to full devotional service, like that. And Guru Dev like also beach programs. Whenever he's in the country, we organize beach program, we go, we swim, we play different sports, and he preaches, and we do kirtan and do this. And also Guru Dev likes so much farm projects. He always emphasizes that we should produce what we should cultivate what we eat and what we produce what we use. That means farm communities and then cottage industry. So these are very dear to him. He's always emphasizing this. Uh, and also, so these are the few things that I want I remember about the Guru Dev. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. My name is Pavitra Das. I'm a disciple of Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. I was initiated in 1990 in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and I have a lot of experiences with Bhakti Tirtha Swami. For more than 20 years, I used to be his servant. I did clean his room, wash his clothes, and decorate his room and everything. So at one time, I went on Sankirtan marathon, and it was only so the Prabhupada Lilamrita books remain in our bookshop, and they were very difficult to distribute. So that day, I managed to distribute 50 of them just by Krishna's mercy. So when I came home, I told Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj that I distributed all those 50 books, and I saw Prabhupada in a car. I gave the book to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada just smiled to me. So when I came, I told Bhakti Tirtha Swami, at that time, I was massaging his legs for him to take rest. He just got up from the bed and touched my head. He said, Prabhupada has blessed you to distribute books. So up to today, I have that blessings to go out and distribute books. And at one time, my Bhakti Tirtha Swami wanted me to go in an errand, to go to another country to preach. But at that time, I didn't understand his mystic powers. So I was trying to run away. Every morning after Mangarati, before he starts chanting his Gayatri, he will ask, is Pavitra there? And they will say, they will go and look for me, they will see me. So he will say, go to the back country, I want you to go and preach. For 1 week, I was running away from Maharaj. So he asked me one day, say, why don't you want to go? I said, Maharaj, I don't have dhoti. I don't have money to pay to buy ticket to go back. The Maharaj said, come to my room. I follow him. Maharaj opened his box and he removed his dhoti, his Brahman, his dhoti, his chada and everything he gave to me. He said, if you don't have dhoti, this is your dhoti. I said, I don't have transport. He said, how much you need? I said, he gave me 15 US dollars. That time, 15 US dollars is big money when you change it. So I went to change the money, I bought tickets, and I went to the country. He sent me to go and preach. But I didn't know his mystic power. I started wearing that dhoti to go on Sankirtan, and I was beating. The people, Kamis beat me and they tear all the dhoti. That means the mystic power of the Bhakti Tirtha Swami, I supposed to have worshipped that dhoti, but I use it as my clothes. So that was how I was chastised by material nature. I supposed to have keep it and worship it because it's sacred clothes, but I was using it to wear it to go on Sankirtan. And material nature arranged that the Kamis beat me and tear all the clothes. So that's one of the experience I got into Krishna Pad. Many times, one time Krishna Pad wanted to come to Ghana here, and this our road was very rough. So we went to bring stones to put on the potholes. In the night, at midnight, we don't know where a bulldozer came and bulldozed the whole road, and the road became flat. In the morning, Bhakti Tirtha Swami arrived. So many mystic powers, Bhakti Tirtha Swami. And at one time, we were doing Harinam in Sierra Leone. And the mayor of the city ordered that policemen should come and beat us with cane because they said we are disturbing the city. But Bhakti Tirtha Swami was dancing, and the policemen came with canes to beat us. So Bhakti Tirtha Swami just give them a big smile, and they all stop. They just hold their canes like this, and they stop. And because of that smile, they all surrendered to Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and they left us. They went to him. So his smile alone captivates everybody, devotees, candidates, everybody. When he's giving lectures, when he's giving, always his smile. It's called smiling good. He can smile. Islamic smile is very attractive. He preached to all denominations, so Christians, Muslims, so head of states in every country, like
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if that was the end. Okay. Anyway, that was very nice to hear. Those were some very sweet offerings and wonderful pastimes. So we're very grateful. And my apologies. I said in the beginning that it was the Mayapur Samadhi, but it was obviously they were in the Samadhi in Ghana. So thank you to those devotees. And we are moving now to Nigeria. And we're going to hear from His Grace Anantacharya Prabhu. And I'll tell you a little bit about him. Anantacharya Prabhu was formerly Dr. Edward Esejin. He joined the Hare Krishna movement in 1988 in Benin City, Nigeria. Prior to that, he was in the entertainment industry. He was a lover of civil rights activism. As a bhakta, he won the admiration of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, who awarded him many, many praises of excellence. On graduating from ISKCON's Bhakta College, Abeokuta, he was initiated Anantacharya Das by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami in 1991, and he received his second initiation from Gurudev in 1993. As a brahmachari, he was an avid and indefatigable book distributor, cultivator of congregational members, and an expert in college preaching, for which he also won many prizes. He has now, he's been the temple president. He's been the temple president of the Hare Krishna Temple in Abeokuta, Nigeria, for over a decade now. So welcome, Anantacharya Prabhu. Please go ahead and make your offering.
Hare Krishna, Honorable Brother, Namo Vishnu, Krishna, Namaste Saraswati, Gauravani, Saraswati, Vashaka Pataruga Chakra, Sindhu Deva, Patitana Pavani, Deo Vaishnavi, Jai Sri Krishna, Chaitanya Prabhu, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Yes, thank you very much, Mataji. Yes, since yesterday we have been talking on some of the good qualities of Gurudev.
Prabhu, are you able to get a little closer to your mic? It's a little hard to hear you.
Okay, okay, okay. You can hear me now?
Oh, that's much better. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I said since yesterday we have been talking about the qualities of Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. We can keep on talking. His activities are so wonderful. So I will just highlight some brief aspects, some of the things you know about Gurudev. Not like Kesava Swami was speaking yesterday. He said that Gurudev operated most of his work from the heart. He does some of his directly from the heart. So we are so fortunate to have great personalities like him. Personalities like him are very rare. Are very rare. One may ask why Krishna sending him to Africa, serving the black body, why sending him to Africa? So Krishna sent him to Africa for the Africans and for the world. So he actually did most of his projects down here in Africa. Here in Africa, our major temples we are operating on, he pioneered them. All the big temples, he pioneered them. He founded all the temples. We have the big temples, like the one we have in Ghana, we have in Nigeria, and some other places. He also faced a lot of difficulty. At a point, they were even after him at the early stage. When you are doing something good, there are always oppositions. People want to fight you. At the point, he was even reported to the immigration officers that they should return him back to America.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we really want to hear what you have to say, and it's a little too low still.
You are hearing me?
Yes, but yes, if you could stay that way, that would be perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I was mentioning that he funded most of the major temples here in Nigeria. Gurudev funded all the centers. So he's so merciful, so compassionate, so loving. His dealings with devotees is so loving. There are times when he visited Africa, sometime in Nigeria, when he asks for a particular devotees, they say, oh, the devotee is not where to be found. He would make sure that the devotees is brought back. Sometimes when devotees prove stubborn, what he does, he will allow that devotees to follow him around the centers as an entourage. We move around the centers. See, he has a particular way of making devotees to feel at ease. Sometimes in the temples, he visited when there are nothing in the temple. He makes sure he provide means. Sometimes he will go to some centers, nothing, so no program, no this. He will ask the commander, go to the donation bus. He will personally put some money in the donation bus. Devotees will go and purchase things. So these are some of his attributes. You see, I will also explain briefly about some of his mystical aspect, his revolutionary aspect. During one time of the coronated, the worry. So on their way going for the coronation ceremony, the motto Gurudev was on. The motto had an accident with the devotees. He had an accident. So when people came, when they saw the scene, they were shocked. On a normal, for the common man, at that time, is for the common man to return. Say, no, I'm no longer going to that ceremony. But Guru did not decline. He went for the coronation. He went down. He went down and he was was coronated as a high chief. So these are some of the Gurudev antecedents. I was Gurudev doing all this. Wherever in any opportunity they want to use it to preach. I also saw a clip in Ghana with the traditional rulers, where it was also made a high chief. I was marveled when I saw Gurudev led the chief, led them into the temple hall with the traditional regalia. So Gurudev did this. So everywhere he visited, he make sure he plant things that people can learn from. People can learn. So there's the nature of Gurudev. And one may ask, why is Gurudev becoming a chief? Yes, he said he wants to see it as an opportunity for him to preach. To preach. Yeah. He was African American. Yes. It's coming down to Nigeria. Coming down to Africa. It's like coming home. Coming home. Say people say, oh, I'm an African American. And if you look, are they really visiting home? They don't come home. Africa America means, if you look historically, they are all from Africa. During the slave trade era, they all went back, stay in the US. So we are all originally, all Africa Americans. They are all originally from Africa. So Gurudev coming home is not something new. He had come to set Krishna consciousness so that people can take advantage of Krishna, take advantage of Krishna consciousness. See, people like Malcolm X, Bhakti Tirtha, Marcus Garvey, all this, they did not preach transcendence. But Gurudev preached transcendence. Transcendence. Malcolm X, like Marcus Garvey, on all the arrangement, everything there, he could not succeed. They founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Community League. One God, one aim, one destiny. It did not work because he did not preach Krishna consciousness. So Gurudev gave all this. Gurudev preached Krishna consciousness as an Afro-American, African American. If we are called Africa America, we should see ourselves as an African. We should come to Africa. Most people don't want to come to Africa. They are Afro-Americans. They don't want to come. So why are you calling yourself Afro-American or African American? Running from your home. So it makes me to pick on the prophecy made by Marcus Garvey. The prophecy has it. There's like a prophecy fulfilled that the blacks should look onto Africa for their leader. So we see that personality in Srila Krishna Path. Yes, we see everything about the prophecy made in Srila Krishna Path. Coming down to Africa. Perform a whole lot of things. Preach Krishna consciousness, God consciousness, which a lot of the Afro-American could not do. They could not do all these things. But Gurudev did this. So Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther, Malcolm X, just like Roddy Usti, the body sphere. He said these three brethren were one before the system split them. Because they did not preach transcendence. They were one before
Okay.
So I want to mention one aspect about Gurudev, about one of his compassionate aspects. There was one lunatic also, one lunatic called Alani. Alani. One time Gurudev visited Abeokuta here. Gurudev was taking his Mahaprasad up, and this lunatic came with his bow outside. He was looking at Gurudev. You know what Gurudev did after taking the Mahaprasad, everything, after he called Gurudas, say Gurudas, we just had him, spoke a few minutes ago. Then Gurudas was our teacher here. Yeah. Say Gurudas, give this Mahaprasad to that person. Yeah. So make sure the one I tested, give to him. Give to him. So Gurudas took all the Mahaprasad. So let me not take much of one of the time because a lot of devotees are lined up to speak. So yeah, we are consoled at this time that we have personalities like Bhakti Tirtha Swami, His Holiness Vasudev Swami, His Holiness Krishna Swami, His Holiness Sriva Banachari. So we are consoled. We have these great personalities among us. These great personalities, they are like Srila Krishna Party incarnates. You see, we are experiencing Srila Krishna Party in them. So let us take advantage of them. Let us see how we can assist them in any way we can. In any way we can. In any way, so that they can lead us. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Anantacharya Prabhu. Thank you. We're very grateful that you came today. Hare Krishna. All right. So now we're moving from Nigeria. We're going to South Africa. And we are going to hear from Her Grace Murti Devi. And then we will see some performances by the children from the Bhakti Kids Academy. Murti Prabhu, are you ready?
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namine Namaste Krishna Pradaya Prabhupada Sri Tatmane Shri Guru Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Iti Namine. Hare Krishna everyone. So today I would like to make an offering to Gurudev. It is a short poem and it's called A Light in the Darkness. One night I had a dream. I was sitting alone in the universe. My eyes darted all around, but there was nothing to see. The dark expanse was endless. I was fearful and lonely. Could this be my existence? Would I remain here forever? It only takes one candle flame to bring light to the darkest space. Just that small glimmer of hope can bring relief to a lost soul. Gurudev, that flame is you, a beacon calling out. Come closer, you call. Come closer, my child. So, dear Gurudev, on this special day, I thank you for being that light, for being so patient, for being so merciful, for being so tolerant, for being so amazing, for being so blissful, for being so magical, and for being so magnificent. You are the most wonderful and kind Father. I pray that I can become a better daughter. Our beloved Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. That was so wonderful. That was Murti Dasi from South Africa. And now we're going to see some performances. So get ready. This is going to be wonderful. There's the Bhakti Kids Academy in Nigeria, I believe. And they're going to do a play or show us a play called Open the Door, and then a poem, and then a classical dance. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. The following presentation is a drama by the Bhakti Academy children in Nigeria. This drama was enacted by the African children to show how grateful we are for Srila Gurudev coming down to Africa, Nigeria, to preach Krishna consciousness. In Washington, D.C., in the temple in Washington, D.C., just like every other day, Srila Gurudev had recently concluded his morning programs and went to the restaurant to see Her Grace Vajalila Devidasi.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
How are you?
Hare Krishna.
I just received an instruction from my Gurudev. You mean Srila Prabhupada? Yes, Srila Prabhupada, my Gurudev. It's from my dream. Your dream? Oh, really? Please, can you tell me all about it? Srila Prabhupada was...
In the dream, Srila Gurudev was massaging Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, and Srila Prabhupada pointed to a black door and asked him to open it. Confused, he pointed to the black door again and instructed His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami to open the black door. So without questioning, Bhakti Tirtha Swami got up and opened the black door. And upon opening the black door, he saw a face of so many black people staring and looking as if they were hungry for something. So he immediately understood that he was supposed to go down to Africa and preach.
How do you know people are the black Africans? Maybe black Americans.
I know they are Africa because Srila Prabhupada have always wanted to go to Africa and preach.
Just like all about the temple, the devotee, and the restaurant. Are you going to be leaving immediately?
Yes, if my spiritual master give an instruction, I have to follow. I'll prepare my paper and leave to Africa at once.
Okay, next will be the poem Guru by Lakshmi Devi.
आशाओं की बादल छाई कोई उमंग है ये जिंदगी रे
एक धरती का आंचल ओढ़े दिल से दिल के धागे जोड़े बांटे जहां में अपनी खुशी रे जगाते हम दिलों में प्यार की ज्योति जगाते हुए आ जाओ मिलके हम तुम ये कहें गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वर गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः
Everybody, my name is Lakshmi. I'm from Bhakti Academy. I want to present Guru Vandana, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva, Maheshwara, Guru Saksha Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Guru is Brahma, the creator. Guru is Vishnu, the preserver. Guru is Maheshwara, the destroyer. Guru is Padam Brahma, the himself. I have found my obedience to say that Guru Dev Jai.
Okay, wow, that was very sweet. Thank you so much to the Bhakti Kids Academy. That was really beautiful. And we are going to move now to Warri, Nigeria. And we're going to hear some offerings from His Grace Kamlesh Das and Dhira Lalita Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Jinamini Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Siddhatmane Sri Gora Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Tinamini. My name is Kamalakshadas from Nigeria. I met His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, my beloved spiritual master, on television in the year 1986. What drew me to him was the way he sat on the lotus position on the Vyasa seat, and two devotees were fanning him with the chamara and the peacock fan. So I drew closer to the television set and increased the volume. I wanted to know what the personality was talking about. And I was shocked and amazed that he was talking about God. When he was asked who Krishna was, he mentioned that Krishna is another name of God. He explained that God has so many names: Jehovah, Allah, Yahweh, Buddha, according to different languages and tradition. He mentioned that Krishna means God the all-attractive in Sanskrit language. He talked about the kingdom of God. He talked about the kingdom of God that is meant for all of us of God. I really appreciated his non-sectarian disposition. It was after that interview I became one of his fans. I really love him. I really love his teachings. And subsequently after that, I met him on different television channels. He actually did a lot of wonderful media, television and radio programs in Africa and in other parts of the world. Finally, I had the opportunity of meeting him one-on-one in 1989 when I finally moved into the temple as a young devotee. And it was very wonderful when he came to the temple. And I still remember the way he chanted the first Tulasi Puja I ever experienced with him. He went, Vendai Tulasi Devai, Reyaya Yukaseva Secha, Krishna Bhakti Praji Devi, Satyavatya Namo Namaha. It was so wonderful. I felt it's somebody I've met somehow in my previous life. It was not just an ordinary connection. There was a time I met him I wanted to tell him about the happenings in the temple, and I told him I was going to tell him later. Immediately, he told me to tell him immediately, and he said I shouldn't procrastinate. Gurudev is somebody who never likes procrastination. He is an excellent time manager, an excellent time utilizer. I remember also sometime in the mid-90s, I was having some bumps from shaving. Gurudev was so kind of merciful to show some care. He asked me about the bumps, and then he told me I should always use new razor blade whenever I want to shave, or use shaving powders in order to avoid the bumps. So I could see that even apart from the spiritual aspect, he was also concerned about the physical well-being of the devotees. Very wonderful and caring person Gurudev was. Then also, I remember in 1996, that was the year of Srila Prabhupada Centennial program, some television crew were invited to come and interview Gurudev on the importance of the Srila Prabhupada Centennial. And when the television crew came to the temple, he was right there in the temple waiting for them to come. And then he noticed there was an argument between the temple president and the head of the TV crew. What was the argument? The head of the TV crew wanted to come into the temple room with his shoes on, and the temple president vehemently objected. So when Gurudev got to know about this, he asked the head of the television crew to come in with his shoes if he so insists that they want to come in. At that point, very surprisingly, the man had a change of his decision. He's been obstinate and everything. He just changed. He removed the shoes, and then he came in to do the interview with Gurudev on the significance of the centennial. Gurudev was somebody who was ready to do anything in order to propagate and push Krishna consciousness forward. Sometime in 2000 or thereabout, year 2000, he had a seminar in Lagos on self-evaluation. He wanted devotees to use other devotees as a mirror to look at the areas they're making advancement, the areas they're doing very well in devotional service, and then the areas they need to work on. So he got a board, a whiteboard, a marker pen, and he got a seat, a Vyasa seat, a small seat, an ego, called an ego seat. So all the devotees took turns to sit on the seat, and then several devotees, all the devotees were asked to say something about the good qualities of each devotee, and it was written down on the whiteboard. And after that, he also asked for the other qualities that are not positive, the negative qualities of each devotee, and devotees took their turn to mention qualities that were negative about each devotee, and it was written down. At the end, he would ask each devotee to see the qualities the devotee community feels they have that is good and favorable for Krishna consciousness growth, and then the other qualities that they need to work upon, just like that. So he was a very wonderful and very practical person. And then towards the tail end of his departure, around 2003 when he came, he did something very wonderful. He asked us, and this happened in Port Harcourt, he asked us to get a sheet of paper, a pen, and then he asked us to write our names on the sheet of papers. Then he said we should write our obituary. He said we should write what we would want to be remembered for by the time we are gone from the physical world. We are surprised. Remember, nobody in Africa is like somehow when you ask somebody to write something about his obituary and all that. But because he was Gurudev, we all took our pen and papers, wrote our names, and then he asked us to write each one of each of the qualities we would want to be remembered for by the time we have gone from the physical plane. So we all wrote, and after that he asked us to exchange it. And then everyone has to read the which he or she would want to be, which he or she would want to be remembered for by the time he or she has gone away from the physical plane. So Gurudev made us to think about the essence of our stay on the planet, that we are on a spiritual mission, that we need to leave some very positive footnotes on ground so that we can, be remembered for, so that we can be remembered when we leave the body, and at the same time trying to be like our predecessor acharyas. So there's so many wonderful things about Gurudev. We can just go on and on talking about his wonderful attributes, which are actually very inexhaustible. I want to further say a very big thank you to Gurudev for coming into my life. I want to say thank you for his care. I want to say thank you for showing me so much love and mercy despite all my shortcomings. I want to say thank you for always coming to show me the dream that he's always with me in spirit, even though it's no longer on the physical plane. At the same time, I want to beg him to forgive me for not being able to meet up with his very high expectations, noble expectations. And at the same time, I want to beg for his mercy to always remain in Krishna consciousness and be an instrument for spreading the glories of Bhakti Tirtha Mahaprabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. That was wonderful. And now we're going to hear from Her Grace Dhira Lalita Devi Dasi.
Today is an auspicious day as it is the birthday of our beloved Gurudev, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna devotees, my name is Dhira Lalita Devi Dasi and I am a devotee of East Cornbury, Nigeria. In the year 1979, March 13th, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami came to Nigeria with the sole purpose of spreading Krishna consciousness. He connected with diverse communities, different cultural background, and different languages by sharing the love and wisdom of devotional service in Krishna consciousness. Despite his challenges, his compassion and teaching ignited a spiritual flame, united hearts, and created a Krishna conscious community here in Nigeria. His legacy continues to inspire countless souls on their own path of devotional service. We thank Gurudev for guiding our spiritual journey and also for bringing Krishna consciousness down to our country, Nigeria. Jai Gurudev, Haribo.
Jai. Thank you, dear Lalita Devi Dasi. That was very nice. And we are moving on now, coming to the US, and we're going to hear from His Grace Leela Smaranam Prabhu. Leela Smaranam Prabhu graduated from Griswold Technical Institute with a major in electronic technology. He later became a system engineering specialist and traveled nationally and internationally, providing assistance to medical field service engineers. He is currently the principal owner of Avacom Technology Group. He met Bhakti Tirtha Swami in the early 70s during a visit by the BBT Library Party to Cleveland, Ohio. And later he assisted Maharaj by managing 3 Govinda's restaurants in the Cleveland area. Due to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami's mercy, the restaurants became a spawning ground for aspirant devotees who flourished in the atmosphere that he helped to create. He also assisted Maharaj in the early days of the IFAST project in Washington, D.C. So welcome, Leela Smarna Prabhu, and please go ahead and share.
Hare Krishna. Manchukopa Rubius Tra, Pasanubia Cha, Patitanam Panamabio, Vaishnavabio, Namo Namaha. Namaom Vishnupadaya, Krishna Pastaya, Bhutale, Srimante Bhakti Tirtha Swami Itinamane. Hare Krishna Prabhus, so wonderful to hear from so many of Bhakti Tirtha Swami's disciples from all over the world. Yesterday was also very inspiring, and I'm just overwhelmed with emotion because during the early days, we didn't know how great Bhakti Tirtha Swami was. In those days, his name was Ganesham, and I recall meeting him for the first time. I was downtown. I was in downtown Cleveland, and my reason for being there was not very good. But somehow or other, I heard the chanting of Hare Krishna and the mridanga drums playing so with such a wonderful melody. So I proceeded to follow the sound, and there I saw about 5 or 6 members of the BBT Library Party having a kirtan. And it was quite a wonderful experience. And there were also other people around protesting the fact that they were chanting. And I, for somehow or other, I just forgot about what my real business was downtown. And I said, well, if they want to demonstrate by chanting and singing, I'm going to stay here and make sure no one bothers them. Little did I know that it was the beginning of my spiritual life. Bhakti Tirtha Swami invited me to come to the temple, the Cleveland Temple. It was I think it was the next day, yes, the Sunday. And since that time, my whole life has really changed in that I have been able to associate with so many great personalities. Bhakti Tirtha remains an inspiration in my life and the life of many, many others throughout the world. And I'm just so thankful to have had the opportunity to associate with him. And it's actually very interesting. His teacher, his first teacher, was named Nuruddin, who was a urban mystic, and his best friend, his son was my best friend. So I had heard the urban mystic Nuruddin bragging about his students and how when he has a student, they become very wonderful. Little did I know that he was talking about Bhakti Tirtha Swami. I was anxious to meet him, and was I in for a surprise when I actually did. So Lord Sri Krishna is so merciful to allow us to associate with the great leaders, the great spiritual guides and seers who come to this world to assist us fallen souls in our journey. He is actually a person who always showed love to everyone. And he seemed to show more love to people who were not interested in what he had to say. His compassion was so great, and it was exhibited in so many different ways. It's very difficult to actually describe his qualities, but I can see his qualities being manifest in his disciples, and it's such a wonderful experience to see this. And I'm so fortunate to be able to see his disciples and to see how this Krishna consciousness movement is spreading all over the world. Right now, like Srila Prabhupada said, this Krishna consciousness is the solution to all the world's problems. We can see that there's so much fighting. And even sometimes there's fighting among devotees. However, Swami Krishnapad would always know a way to solve any difficulty which presented itself. He had such great love for all of us that he always saw a resolution to any conflict. And so I'm just overwhelmed. I'm now seeing his vision being manifest, and also so many words that he had said previously years ago being manifest. And they say you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. And his wonderful disciples that I heard from today, you are his fruit. And I offer my obeisances to you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak something. Hare Krishna.
Jai, thank you so much, Lula Smarna Prabhu. We're very grateful that you came and you shared today. It was very wonderful. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay. We are going to move now to hear from Mother Shri Ishopanishad, who is fortunate to be a friend of Gurudev's when they were in high school together. So I'll read a little bit about Mother Shri Ishopanishad during her life. In her early adolescence, she attended parochial school, which helped to increase her strong attraction and faith in God consciousness. In the year 1969, she became interested in the creative arts and danced professionally on international television and other shows of the creative arts and entertainment. In 1972, our Guru Maharaj, John Favors, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and her former husband, Ronald Phillips Bay, along with their dear friend, Eugene Barker, had a life-altering experience with meeting Norman Anderson, otherwise known as Uncle Nanda. They met him at the Moorish Science Sovereignty while studying the laws of Islam. Norman presented them, with the mind-boggling truth that God is blue and his name is Krishna. And Mother Shri Ishopanishad was 21 years old at the time, and she's very proud to say that she's never been the same ever since then. As time goes quickly, she's been blessed with 2 children, a son and a daughter, and she would also like to say that her life has been phenomenal and bountiful, and she feels that she's truly been blessed by the best. So now Mother Shri Ishopanishad is going to read for us from the beggar. Hare Krishna. Welcome, Mother Shri Ishopanishad. You need to unmute, please, Mother.
Haribol, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yay, Haribol, Gurudev. I was talking and I wasn't muted. I was not being heard.
You were muted. Yeah, we didn't hear anything you said.
Oh,
So
wow.
please start
Hare
again.
Krishna.
Sorry about that.
Let's start all over. Namo Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Vastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvase Sanyavadi Bakasa Dasatirane Namo Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Vastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Namane Namaste, Krishna Pad, Prabhupada, Ariyatmane, Shri Guru Karun Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Namane. Om Ajana, Timirandasha, Jananjana Salekaya, Shakshirmilatam Yena, Tasmai Shri Guravi Namaha. Hari Bol, dear devotees, Hari Krishna. On behalf of our Guru Maharaj, I would like to share some of my thoughts on his writings, especially the different series of books. The first one is Leadership for an Age of Higher Consciousness, that gives 10 technologies on how to become an effective leader in an administrative, family, or organizational level, and developing skills. I will share a few that has helped me become a little more confident and timely in relationship to our theme, being our authentic selves. The first that I like to share is that one of the 10 technologies, there's only 3 that I really feel that's really beneficial for me, or it's very helpful for me. I can't say it's the only 3, but it says the first one is seeing God everywhere. And this contemplation helps us give more of ourselves to others and receive love from others. Maharaj says that practice seeing God as an energy in everyone. So that's very, unique to me, because we really try to do that. We try to see God within everyone that we come into contact with. The other reflection or technology that I really take a liking to is not this body. This reflection, Maharaj says, helps us realize that we are more than a body. We should not be overly attached to or react to material stimuli. We should practice saying attentively, I have a body, but I am not this body. I have a mind, but I am not this mind, and so on. I have a job. I am not this job. I have a house, but I am not this house. Lastly, the call for love. This technology helps us shower everyone in our environment or with whom we come into contact with vibrant love. This is an exercise too. We have to see ourselves as embodiments of love in action. I use a simple greeting that helps change my wording when I come into contact with people. For instance, instead of saying good morning, I say Hare Krishna or Hari Bol. I'm telling you that Hari Bol is very effective. It has this catch. There's other books, Reflections on Sacred Teachings. These are writings on basic practices. The first book in Sacred Teachings is the Srisastika. It contains 8 powerful instructions on how to surrender to the Supreme Person, Krishna. And these 8 prayers are life-changing. I repeat, they can change your life. The other series is The Spiritual Warrior. It gives a unique perspective and introduction to being on the battlefield in the material world. It reaches out to the secular readers. It gives an understanding of metaphysics and with spiritual values and perspectives. His Holiness gives insights to whereas we're able to picture what life is about on and in the spiritual realms, simply without taking away the most important values. These glimpses of spiritual values help one to understand and endeavors to encourage one to read more. Maharaj's books increases your curiosity and it enthuses you to further investigate the other books, such as by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, the Bhagavad Gita as it is, the Srimad Bhagavatam. There are many, many more, just to name a few. Lastly, I would like to reflect on the Beggar series. There are 4 heartfelt books that reach out into the heart. It touches the very core of your soul. It's emotional. These experiences that are timeless reflections by Maharaj. And he has the wonderful ability of making you feel the journey with him. He increases your shraddha, your faith, in his prayers and his reflections. He reminds us to be grateful, loving, and understanding. And he makes me understand that I am truly blessed by the best. So I would like to read one of those prayers and reflections. It's pretty long, and I hope that I'll be able to read all of it. I might have to shorten it, but this is meditation number 19. All my mentors are gone. What am I to do? I've heard it said that no one is your friend and no one is your enemy. All are your teachers. But beyond this truth, there is another even higher truth. Above all teachers, there is one original teacher, a sublime source whom everyone is journeying towards. This absolute truth and original teacher is known as by many names, but with Vaishnavas, we call him Krishna. In a divine song he sang to Arjuna, Krishna said that everything is resting upon him as pearls are strung upon a thread. Not even a blade of grass can move without the sanction of the Supreme Lord. This is easy to accept and appreciate when things are going nicely, according to our plans. However, it is extremely difficult to accept the same truth and honor it joyfully when Krishna takes away those things that are dear to us or interferes with the outcomes we desire. The false ego often impedes our ability to maintain constant gratitude, understanding, faith, humility, and perseverance. Take, for instance, today, dear Krishna, in my present life, you have permitted circumstances which are forcing me to look much closer at my false ego and take thorough inventory on my character. In this inventory, I am particularly challenged when I reflect on how you have taken away all my guides, leaving me to feel alone and abandoned after their ascension. Because you have gave me such wonderful mentors, continuing in their absence makes life for me that much more difficult. You see, some people are very productive as long as they can hide behind their finances. Others are very productive as long as they can have strong institutions or influential organizations to support them. Still, others are productive only when they can rest on their laurels and hide behind their previous positions of beauty, youth, or fame. My own camouflage, however, has been the potency of my spiritual mentors, for they have been the true source of my spiritual potency. Excuse me. My kind mentors taught me so much valuable information while constantly protecting me from impending disaster. Now that they are all gone, who will give me what I want? Who will teach me what I need to know? And who will protect me from all the challenges and obstacles I face? Of course, the greatest obstacles on my path are those concoctions created by my own mind. So, dear Supreme Personality of Godhead, please tell me, what am I to do? Srinivasacharya and Raghunath Das Goswami wanted to give up their lives when they discovered that the great devotees who were their life and soul had departed. These disciples of Lord Chaitanya were far greater than I could ever dream of becoming. So it is any wonder I feel intense despair without my mentors. Therefore, I am begging you to tell me how and why should I live on in their absence. Every day for me simply brings pain and embarrassment. After all, I am simply a yogi who is a God imposter. Like the yogi that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur took pains to expose. That long-haired yogi certainly had extraordinary powers, but as soon as his long matted hair was cut, he lost all his supernatural abilities. Now, as my abilities fade with the loss of my mentors, I must confess to you that I have been hiding behind my mentors through the years, just like the offensive God imposter hid behind his hair. Isn't it obvious why, in their absence, I have no recourse but to be exposed? When the support systems we depend on disappear, we have no choice but to face ourselves in the mirror and recognize our helplessness. Excuse me. No wonder I clung to the feet of my mentors and hung on to every word they spoke. The problem is now that they have gone on, it has become obvious to everyone that my nature was merely to greedily relish the mercy my selfish mentors gave me and rarely give anything back. I took all of them for granted, believing that they would always be there for me, And now that each one of them has left me, I feel an ache in my heart not for not showing them my dedication, appreciation while they were here. What I share with and receive from my mentors, I will never share with or receive from anyone else in this lifetime. For even if I'm privileged enough to find more persons as special as they are, being unable to bear another heartbreak as great as this, I would simply avoid the connection altogether and forgo the person's association just to avoid another devastating loss. So again, dear Lloyd, I ask you, what do you expect this useless imposter to do without my mentors to guide and bolster me? Suddenly, I thought of a rescue plan. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, maybe if I praise my mentors to the Supreme, I can somehow attract more of his mercy. Okay, then, I thought to myself, who were my mentors and what is it that they taught me? My first spiritual mentor was my biological father. My father left this world only a few years ago. Yet from the very beginning of my life, he was always an excellent mentor because he showed me everything I should avoid doing by his numerous bad examples. The man who fathered my body hoarded money, never trusted anyone, never depended on anyone, and rarely took care of himself or others. He never even once verbally expressed his love for us. Yet beneath this reckless exterior was a man with a delicate and giving heart. But sadly enough for all of us, my biological father had been so hurt and neglected in his own childhood that he spent the rest of his life hurting others and feeling unworthy of anyone's respect. Sealing his pain even more, my father closed himself off from all his intimates and always covered up his genuine softness. Dear Father, now that you are gone, what I am to do, thank you for teaching me so much through your pain. And know that despite the disappointments you brought me, I will always love you dearly. My next spiritual mentor was my biological mother. My dear mother, Pearline, left her body just 3 years after my father. Being just the opposite of him, she taught me knowledge from the opposite spectrum. My biological mother was so trusting that she literally gave away everything she had. Generosity was her trademark, and she gave liberally to everyone around her. She was also so caring and upbeat that everyone who met her felt as if they had known her forever. You see, my mother was the kind of person who mothered everyone. And because Mother Pearline put God first in all her dealings, she did not let one single day pass without reaching out to others through constant prayer and preaching. Dear Mother, what am I to do now that you are gone? Any good qualities I have in my person are inherited from you. So thank you, Mother Pearline, for setting such a saintly example. Thank you for teaching me how to trust and give, and for teaching me to see everyone as a child of God. No matter how much space and time there seems to be between us now, know that I will always love you dearly, and I will always put your lessons to good use. My third spiritual mentor was my guru and spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Prabhupada. In the years before I met him, I was wandering the globe in search of truth, but always the truths I found seemed so limited, subjective, and relative. What His Divine Grace brought into my life was incredibly more substantial than these other pseudo-truths. And by the time I met him, I was so truth-starved that I drank the nectar of his words like a famished beggar. As expert teacher, Srila Prabhupada was always careful to make his instructions go in like a pin and come out like a plow. Before meeting Prabhupada, I had scoured through numerous volumes of books, and sometimes it seemed whole libraries. But when I met him, I eventually realized that this very kind and learned soul had taken the most confidential spiritual knowledge from the Vedas and brought it down into this material universe. Prabhupada actually took the essential emanations of Lord Krishna's breathing and distill these into catchy slogans for the common man. His genius was unparalleled. Not only did Prabhupada import what's formerly unavailable in the material regions into this hellish environment, but he took that high esoteric knowledge and distributed it ceaselessly without concern for who was worthy of it or not. Even his journey to America was full of wonderful miracles. At an advanced age, when most people would plan to retire, Srila Prabhupada left the civilized continent of India with poor health and just a few dollars, simply so he could benedict humanity with the formula for attaining love of God and going back to Godhead. Srila Prabhupada had no institutional backing and no support or friends in the foreign land he traveled to. All he knew was Lord Sri Krishna and Lord Krishna's invisible servants. Still, his divine grace was determined to endure any and all obstacles and difficulties in spreading Krishna's divine message. Srila Prabhupada saw everyone with equal vision. Thus, he made himself equally available to rich persons and to ruffians, for he was always eager to relieve anyone who was bound by the will of material suffering. Srila Prabhupada's effort touched not only my unworthy self, but he also touched thousands of other people's hearts. The inspiration of his love, compassion, humor, scholarship, and perfect example will forever remain unmatched. Some even say that Srila Prabhupada's saintly qualities have become the basis for a golden age. His divine grace left his body in November 1977. Before he left us, internal conflicts, and his movements were relatively easy to resolve because we could always consult Prabhupada about any topic and he would offer a solution that brought insight and clarification. Now that he is gone, the lives of myself and his other disciples will never be the same. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I love you so dearly and miss you so incredibly. Please forgive all of us who took you for granted or cheapened your instructions. I am eternally indebted to you because you not only gave me so much caring advice directly, but you also sent me other wonderful associates to act as my guides. How merciful you were to me, Srila Prabhupada. But now that you have gone from my vision, what am I to do? Srila Prabhupada seemed to not answer my thoughts of him, carried me to another dear mentor. My last significant spiritual mentor, Uncle Nanda Maharaj. I had Nanda Maharaj's sweet association for years after Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. But Uncle Nanda just recently left the planet in April in the year 2000. Uncle Nanda's Maharaj was in his late 70s when he departed, but he always maintained the spirit of youth. What's more, Nanda Maharaj was extremely wise and could easily speak philosophy or metaphysics for hours. So often when I would talk to him, I was amazed by his spiritual abilities and strengths. There was never a time in our relationship that he let me down or wasn't there for me. And Nanda Maharaj's guidance and lessons were full of creativity. Actually, Nanda Maharaj personally carved for me my famous Nrsimhadev cane. Paradoxically, people consider him my disciple, but the Supreme Lord actually knows that Nanda Maharaj Prabhu was one of my most important spiritual mentors. Dear Nanda Maharaj, I love you so and will miss you indescribably. You were so merciful to me, but now that you are gone, what am I to do? In a sense, my mentors have been like midwives for me, and because it is their mercy that has shaped me and birthed me through my numerous rebirths, I often feel as if I have no identity apart from them. Thinking of all the loving assistance I received from them over the years, my desire to join them always intensifies night and day. I can't help thinking of ways I can get their association. Can I fast from all meals until I expire? I would sometimes ask myself, or should I dive head on into rapids, or maybe just jump from a steep rocky cliff. As I pondered my options, a voice broke my desperate trance. My dear loved one, please do not despair. What? Who are you that's speaking? I questioned the voice. Is that you, Srila Prabhupada? Mother Pearline? Is it you, Nanda Maharaj? Or is it that you, Daddy, here to finally tell me that you love me? The speaker perceived my anxious thoughts and calmed me with a soothing reply. I am none of those persons who you mentioned. Actually, I am a combination of all your mentors. After all, beloved, each and every one of your guides was sent to you by the Supreme to aid you in learning a specific lesson. But that's not possible, I objected. We are all eternally individuals. Yes, that's true, but there are many individuals who are aligned with the same cause and serving the same purpose. And when they choose to, they can even merge consciousness. Okay, but if that one cosmic cause is so merciful, then why does he so quickly take away what he gives us? Because if Krishna allowed you too much comfort, you would get complacent and never come home. But the real question is, why are you lamenting? Since you know that Krishna sent you such wonderful help in the past, why do you doubt that he will do that again, just as he has done for many lifetimes? But how can I know that for sure? For the doubting soul, there's happiness, neither in this world or the next. The voice quoted a familiar phrase that Srila Prabhupada had taught me. But, beloved, you are now over 50 years old, the age for naturally taking sannyas. There is a time for everything, and this is a time in your life to renounce all unnecessary attachments and fully submit to the Lord's service. It is only your false ego that prevents you from appreciating this. But first hear and understand, the same Supreme Lord who has provided all of your mentors and all of your other facilities is now taking things away. But there is exquisite beauty in renunciation, and he wants you to personally taste this beauty. The question is, in so doing, can you still maintain your faith, gratitude, humility, and perseverance? As the voice softened, I thought of the importance faith had played in each of my mentors' lives and how my faith in them had drawn us closer. Then I thought of their staunch perseverance and love for God, the orchestrator of all ultimate outcomes. As I thought of them, the voice sounded more familiar than it had before, and in it I could hear a trace of each of my parents, gurus, and teachers. Now is the time to see how much you have really understood all that we have been teaching you. The voice paused. Of course, your free will is still a factor. We cannot and will not take it away from you. But as your naturally loving mentors, we will be eagerly watching your performance and praying for your victory. Suddenly, my fear made me angry. What good is the love of dead people? I wanted to ask the voice, but not wanting to commit an offense. I restrained myself from being so hurtful. Beloved, we can help you now more than ever. In our physical bodies, we were very constricted. But since our release from matter, we are far more empowered and enlightened. Heidi Bo? I paused to ponder this information. The more genuinely you struggle to help others, the more profoundly you will experience our help. Just remember that any doubts you have are arising from your false ego. It is your false ego alone that helps keep you from seeing the full beauty of how the Supreme has provided and now has taken away. My mind had raced to reach out to my loved ones. I have to go now. The voice got slightly softer. All at once, I lost my composure. But don't go. I'm not ready. Just think less about yourself and more about others. And that way, let us carry you homeward and concern yourselves and ourselves with your burdens. But I miss you and love you so dearly. I shouted, and that voice, yes, we miss you and love you too. Hurry and pass these final tests so that we can be together again eternally. Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Srila Krishna Pad Ki Jai. Hari Hari Bol. Hari Krishna.
Jai. Jai, Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mother Shri Upanishad. That was beautiful. And it was so nice hearing that the reading from the beggar. It was so poetic. I especially appreciated how Maharaj, he glorified his mentors, and he even included his father, whom he didn't necessarily get a good example from, but he appreciated that he could learn from him what not to do, and still he loved him very much. So that's just very typical of Maharaj. And it just goes to show how he walked his talk. Always encouraging us to be loving, and that we could learn from anyone, no matter what. All right, Hare Krishna. So now we're going to continue with more offerings from the U.S., and we're going to hear from His Grace Nava Kishore Prabhu.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Niti Namini Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shitamani Shri Gaura Corona Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Iti Namini Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Prasakidishataine. Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you and to Srila Prabhupada. This year I've been reflecting on legacy. How will we be remembered when we leave this body? It has been almost 20 years since you departed physically from us, yet you left a legacy that endures. You left lectures to teach us about how to apply Krishna consciousness in the modern age. You left books to understand and actively apply the spiritual principles Krishna and Srila Prabhupada taught us. You left videos to remind us how Krishna consciousness isn't stagnant, one-dimensional, or confined to a particular geographic region of the world, but applicable to all cultures, nations, and problems. You left us your example imbued within the hearts of your God family on how to utilize our time to act with love and to experience the highest sense gratification in associating with Krishna. My goal is to take advantage of your legacy so that I can leave my own glorious legacy. This endeavor is encapsulated in your explanation of Parampara, a culture of enduring excellence. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Akya Arno Koriyo Mane Ash Shri Guru Charani Rati Aise Uttama Gati Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Ash. Make the teachings emanating from the lotus mouth of our spiritual master one with your heart. I do not desire anything else. Attachment to his lotus feet is the best way to make spiritual advancement. His mercy fulfills all desires for spiritual perfection. We continue to strive for your mercy. Your servant Navakishore Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Navakishore Prabhu. And we also wanted to take a moment to show a beautiful photo of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and His Grace Leela Smarana Prabhu. If we can have that photo. Jai. And this was taken at Cleveland State University in the 1980s.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Okay, so now we are going over to Bosnia and Slovenia, and we're going to hear from Her Grace Ananda Vrindavan Devi Dasi, who, by the way, did a lot to organize the program that we saw yesterday, which was so wonderful. And His Grace Sarvabhauma Prabhu and Her Grace Arya Charita Devidasi. Hare Krishna.
You've been so kind and generous. I don't know how to keep on giving. For your kindness, I'm in debt to you. For your selflessness, my admiration. For everything you've done, you know I'm bound to thank you for it. Na 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 na. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Jai, Hare Krishna. That was very nice. You may, those of you who either were there or you saw the video, you may remember that the devotees sang that song for Gurudev, and that was one of his last appearances in the giving class at the temple in Gitanagari. And he, despite his condition, he stood up and started to dance a little bit. I don't know if you all remember that, but it was very wonderful. All right, so now we are going to India, and we're going to hear from Her Grace Devahuti Devidasi.
Hare Krishna. Myself, Devahuti Devidasi. My name given by Maharaj in Gitanagari. My initiation was one among those last few devotees that Maharaj thought of taking under his shelter even while he was so close to them. And today, after so many years, I take this opportunity to speak few words in his honor, because after Maharaj has gone, things have not been the same, and I don't remember celebrating his birthday then on. I am based Mumbai now, associated with ISKCON for so many years, but I'm sure if Guru Maharaj would have been alive, things would have been different, both in my spiritual as well as in my personal life. Though I have nothing to complain at the moment, but I know what I miss. Every devotee thanked their Guru for holding the hand, and I'm no different. But I know today I would not have been associated with this Vaishnava cult if I would not have met Maharaj at Devsadan Mandir at Detroit. I still remember coming from a Bengali family with a lot of rituals, lot of puja part being a standard procedure at home. I had asked Maharaj, what is that we do different, that I should get attracted to this Vaishnava cult? And he said, have you ever seen that life changes? You are able to change hearts with the process. And have you been able to change anybody's heart? You said you've been doing a lot of rituals, pujas, a lot of archana at home, and you have a process and you follow that from childhood. And I was like, no, I have never looked into the whole thing with the idea of connecting to a heart and changing the heart. Well, does it truly happen? And he told me, you need to follow it and then wait and watch. So today I'm here, Maharaj, after so many years. Well, I know from a Shudra, you have changed a Shudra's heart to a Brahmana's heart. I have a long way to go, but this change in me, this understanding that how malign our hearts are and how much purification it needs, I understood it only through your books to begin with. I found Prabhupada's book way too high in philosophy for me to connect. I started reading your spiritual warriors, reflections on Vedic teachings, the Beggar series, and that's how I started my journey in ISKCON. That's way back 2004-2005. A young girl married with no support system, with an abusive husband, and well, I think I wouldn't have been able to survive if you wouldn't have been there. The way you connected like a father, the way you took care, your, the connection that you developed, even if you are not there, with your emails, explaining things to me. I would have fled US and come back to India a very long time back. But I continued. And today I'm where I am. So everything is because I just held on to your lotus feet. I just believed that yes, what you said is true, and maybe this faith that I developed in Krishna through you has taken me this far, and I thank you very much for that. As I said, throughout this so many years, I have never openly expressed my appreciation. Never. But today, yes, I take this opportunity to thank you, Maharaj. Wherever you are, I know I'm going to meet you somewhere, somehow, soon, because I am missing you. I'm missing you very much. Today, I'm at a very good, stable position, socially, economically, spiritually, everywhere things are okay with me. But the people who stand with you when things are not right, who hold you, who support you, who show you the true path, they mean a lot. And you came in my life not as a Maharaj, you came in my life just as a friend. Because I was too naive to understand this high philosophy, you just looked at
Hare Krishna. Okay. Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties here, but that's okay. We're spontaneous. That's what Gurudev liked, right? We are spontaneous around here. Okay. All right. So I think we're going to move on. And now we're going to read a little from His Holiness's Spiritual Warrior 2 book. And then we'll ask devotees for reflections. Okay. So once we get that up on the screen, and if there's someone who'd like to start us off with reading.
I would like to read, if that's okay. This
Sure.
is Sonia Chopra from the Washington, D.C. IFAST area.
Okay. Hare Krishna Prabhu. Go ahead and please start.
Become the Lord's slave and be free. Part of our material disease is holding persistently to the belief in our total independence. This is ironic because although a certain amount of free will is the birthright of all human beings, we are not really free. Our minds are controlled. Every time we turn on the television, listen to the radio, read the newspaper, or interact with social institutions, we are being programmed. As odd as it may seem, to truly free ourselves and to avoid being victimized by old age, disease, death, or any other transitory, unnatural aspects of existence, we must literally become slaves of the Lord. We create our own pain and suffering by clinging to all kinds of egocentric nonsense. Despite the fact that we are responsible for our unhappiness, if we ask the Lord to help, we often refuse his assistance when it comes. We behave like, this is the next page here, or that's it. We behave like prisoners who, eager to be released, ask the jailer to open the gate, but run immediately back inside when the doors do open. Yet we persist in asking, when are you going to let me out of here? Although the Lord makes all kinds of help available to get us out of this material world once and for all, our insanity drives us to seek temporary gratification instead. Because in modern society, the pursuit of material pleasures is accepted as normal, and all around us, people are doing little else, we can easily become convinced that the single-minded quest for the good life is appropriate human behavior.
Okay, maybe
Material
we can stop there for a minute, Prabhu, and see if anyone wants to reflect about that, because I don't know about you all, but I forget everything. So maybe we can talk about that a little bit and then we'll continue.
Sure.
Did you want to say anything about what you read?
You know, it's like, you know, it's so to the point. I don't even know. Like, we're all so lost. Yeah, yes, you know, Krishna sends us his beautiful messengers in our lives. And yet we trap ourselves every single day back into that same cycle. You know, we get up and we go back into that same cycle of work. And by the time we get in bed at night, we're like, what did I do today? Like, did I make any progress? So yes, Krishna is like, he's so right. Like, Krishna is sending so much help our way. But then I don't know. I don't know what happens if we just fall trapped back into that same cycle. That's what I'm thinking. Like, he's so to the point. He's like, you know, like touching your heart and saying, wake up, like, wake up, you know, Krishna is sending help. Why are you going right back into?
Yeah. Thank you.
It actually reminds me of one of Maharajji's prayers where he says, to pray to Krishna that take away whatever is not good for my spiritual life. That's what it's reminding me of. We're so afraid to say that prayer. And that's exactly what he's telling us in these words here is we're afraid. We're afraid to surrender fully and we're afraid to say that prayer. That's what I'm remembering is his prayer.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Anyone else want to reflect about what we just read? Okay. All right. We'll continue.
So, Arubal?
Yes, go ahead. Who is that?
It's Buddha Bhavana, but I saw Jiva G was on, and I know that Jiva, you had unmuted earlier. Did you want to share something?
That's so sweet. How very thoughtful of you. Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you know, because I am not, hello everybody, please accept my humble obeisances. Thank you for inviting me to this beautiful gathering. You know, when I hear that, I just think of how Bhakti Tirtha Swami has changed the way I look at bhakti, only because he was so relatable. I've never been able to meet him. I've never met him before. I wish I had, because I'm sure if I had, I would have asked shelter from him for sure. And what we just read now was just radical responsibility. And I think we all run around life trying to choose the color of our lifeboat. And especially being a recovering addict like I am, I was able to understand this on a very deep level when it came to my behaviors around my drug addiction and being able to let go of those and stop running back into that burning building. But what I have to know is that was only by the grace of God. No one will congratulate you about running out of a burning building. Everyone with, you know, any kind of common sense would run out of a burning building. And, but we're so diseased in this world in so many ways. We just keep going back for more. And I got to realize what it is to 100% surrender, but just to that. And then there's a whole other, all the rest of the life stuff that I have to surrender to. So surrender is never a one and done for me, at least. It has never been. It's something that I can always refer to and know what that feels like, to take 100% responsibility of the miseries that are caused by my disease. Just by being born here on this earth, I am a diseased person with full of conditioning from this world and from all the other lives that I've schlepped with me. So having one thing in life that we can surrender to, at least for me, I can only say that one thing where I truly surrendered 100% to knowing that I am completely powerless over this one thing and my life is completely unmanageable. To know that God can restore me to sanity, Krishna, and to give my will and my life over to Krishna. So it works, but I'm in Maya. So the question is, why do we do it? Well, because Maya's doing her job very well. And, you know, it's like being in recovery or being from anything. You know, I'm in here trying to, you know, it's just like get rid of anything that gets in the way of our spiritual growth, anything. So I can sit here right now and I'm with you guys. I'm here with you. The moment I walk out that door, there's like my disease is waiting out there doing push-ups. Maya is doing the work, you know, and when I rest on my laurels, I'm vulnerable. And it's tiring sometimes. So it's beautiful to be here. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you. Thank you. I look forward to listening and hearing more.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we're going to be hearing a little bit more from Jiva Ji shortly. So we're looking forward to that. Uta Bhavana Prabhu, did you want to say anything else?
No, not really.
No? Did you want to continue with the reading?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, material concerns can be distractions. Such behavior is decidedly detrimental to spiritual life. As our consciousness advances on the spiritual path, the differences between lust and love become increasingly apparent. When we begin to discover how many of our past actions have been covered by lust, we may look back over our lives with a sense of embarrassment or dismay. We realize that much of our behavior was self-serving, even when we had convinced ourselves that we were helping others. Our consciousness was functioning on a material level rather than a spiritual one. In these physical bodies, we are constantly experiencing various types of disturbances that interfere with the natural expression of the soul. Remember, a material body is a prison suit. Some suits may be a little more attractive or a little less confining than others, but they are all the results of our incarceration in this material world. In retrospect, we can understand that we have had to make the best of a bad bargain, trapped in yet another physical body, rather than fully alive in a spiritual body.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Prabhu. Anyone want to reflect on that section?
Okay, I'll say something just until someone else comes on. So, yeah, I really find the way that Gurudev explains things to be really powerful. And I think that the analogies, they indicate such a clear and vivid understanding of our condition. And I really like the point that he was talking about the different material bodies like prison suits, you know, because ultimately, no matter what the kind of body is, if we have a material body, we put ourselves in a very difficult situation. So yeah, I thought that just really stood out to me.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. And yeah, and I thought to that beginning part where he was talking about, can we just go back again to the beginning of that section, please? Oh, okay. Yeah, we may look back at our lives with a sense of embarrassment or dismay. We realize that much of our behavior was self-serving, even when we had convinced ourselves that we were helping others. So I just want to say that I feel like when I first read this, for me, it was always like in the mood that, oh, wow, yeah, Gurudev is really, he's telling them, you know, and it was, for me, I kind of would always see it as this is about somebody else. And yeah, and as time has gone on more and more, I'm able to see by Gurudev's mercy that, oh yeah, this is me, and it's still me, unfortunately. But anyway, the help is there, and I'm trying to take it. Anyone else want to share anything? Okay, so let's move on to the next section. Can we have another volunteer reader, please?
I can read.
Oh, thank you. Who is that?
Someone else just as well as me. This is Jiva, but someone else also offered to speak or to read. But I can't see anything.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jiva, please.
Okay. I only have here anything does not improve the quality of life or deepen the wisdom. Okay. But that's, yeah, is ultimately a distraction. Frequently, our lives become complicated when we own many material objects. Instead of having fewer problems, we have more. But the issue of our level of attachment to these resources and how we use them. If we remain unattached, and offer everything in service to the Lord, then our material assets enhance our ability to live spiritually. If they distract us from our ongoing flow of meditation and service, then they will become obstacles that we must overcome. Our interaction with higher beings. Spiritual life requires a process of purification that allows us to gradually develop contact with the transcendental realm. As mentioned earlier, we do not have to leave this physical body to know that God consciousness is real. We can have a personal relationship with the Lord right here and now. And we can also interact with demigods, archangels, and angels. These experiences are accessible in the immediate present if we develop sufficient consciousness of the higher realms. We are actually in the spiritual kingdom at every moment, although we may not realize it because our spiritual faculties are dormant. The spiritual progress is one of waking up these faculties so that we can experience the spiritual bliss that has been available all along. Beings in the invisible realms can have powerful impact on our lives. According to the Vedas, there are 33 million types of demigods, some pious and others impious. Although the impious demigods have powerful connection to the Lord, they are mischievous or deviant. They resemble people who have been involved in bona fide spiritual system, but have chosen to turn away. In contrast, the pious demigods are very God conscious and act for the benefit of everyone. In addition to the pious and impious demigods, there are asuras, or demons. The demons, oh, wait a minute, where are we now? All right, yeah. The demons often have the same powers as the demigods, but they try to bring about chaos in order to destroy God consciousness. We examine ancient mythology, Greek, Roman, or Indian, for example. We find that we often dismiss as myths those stories about events that are inconceivable to our present levels of understanding. Yet the ideas and themes of these stories about gods and demigods are universal across the traditions, suggesting that at one time, There actually were regular interactions between things on this planet and those in the heavenly kingdoms. But now, as we have seen, the planet has become so thickly covered with mundane collective consciousness that these beings are not eager to come, and many higher beings who once had the assignment to work on this plane no longer do so, preferring to move to more receptive to a more receptive environment. Many years ago, my spiritual master was participating in the worship service in Los Angeles during the kirtan or congregational chanting, sorry. He started laughing. His disciples later asked him why he had been laughing. Srila Prabhupada replied that Narada Muni, a powerful transcendental being who travels in different universes on behalf of the Lord, had appeared in the midst of the worship service and had also been laughing. Even now, such exalted beings occasionally appear if the environment is sufficiently spiritual.
Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did anyone want to reflect or share anything about what we just read?
Hare Krishna, I would like to share.
Is that Shalagram Sheila?
Yeah,
Кто-то
Hare
хочет
Bol.
поделиться
Hare Krishna. Go
реализациями
ahead,
из
Prabhu.
того, что сейчас было прочитано?
Go ahead, Shalagram.
Okay, Vanchakopa Tiruvesha Kripa Sandhyavacha Patisanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. My reflection so far is how Gurudev is very on time every time. Things that maybe I'm going through that seem maybe embarrassing or trivial, I can always depend on him addressing those areas with full knowledge. And one of those, or two of those areas for me currently has been something Gurudev shined light within me, was fear of freedom, which is, I summarized the first part of our reading, fear of freedom, which sounds like insanity, really. Fear of freedom, to be afraid to be free. But and then the other reflection is about something I came across in a financial workshop. Was the presenter was saying that if we don't pay for the programs that we use on our phones, like social media platforms, that means that we are the product of that social media platform. That means that they have, like Gurudev said in this reading, that we are being programmed for their benefit or for somebody's so-called benefit or profit. And in that same seminar, the person was trying to say that we can use the platforms for financial gain. But I was thinking in the spiritual aspect that Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev are endeavoring to, or giving us the opportunity to take a thorn out with a thorn by using whatever, first of all, showing us what we're working with, so to speak, what we're working with our conditioning or and our facilities, and then using that for Krishna's service, for Krishna's glorification, for Gurudev's glorification, so that we can be of service and purify that which is shackling us. And then further reflection is that in order for me to want to endeavor more towards a goal, I need to know what the goal is and how it is when I'm free, So, and that's where the association of Guru and Sadhu Shastra come in, that we want to have that higher taste, always cultivating the higher taste, so that it's not just theoretical or myth, as Gurudev was saying, but that we can actually experience right here, right now, the spiritual realm. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for sharing, Shalagram Prabhu. Is there anyone else who would like to reflect? Okay. Can we have one more reader, perhaps?
In higher stages of spiritual development,
Thank you, Prabhu. Go ahead.
our encounters with the spiritual realm can provide such intense pleasure that the physical body has difficulty containing them. Indeed, the experience of divine love sometimes creates such ecstasy that we can fall into a trance-like state. Even in mundane life, happiness can transform our appearance and behavior. We walk lightly and we may smile or whistle to such an extent that others may wonder, what has happened? Just imagine a pleasure so powerful that it permeates our consciousness, affecting all the molecules, atoms, and cells in the body. When we are in such a state of ecstasy, we may exhibit unusual symptoms. Tears may pour down from our cheeks. We may have difficulty speaking, or our hair may stand on end. In such a state, we are simultaneously here and in other dimensions, communicating with the spiritual realms while still in this material body. Such ecstasy is available for everyone, although it is usually heavily covered over. But as soon as we purify and open ourselves, we can behold the blissful reality.
Thank you. Did you want to go ahead?
I think God has no favorites. My Zoom is covering that part of it up. He has no favorites. Everyone has the same chance to become natural, to attain realization, and to experience divine love. It is just a matter of the intensity of our desire to attain these states. As the scriptures remind us, the central point is to love God with all our hearts and to fully surrender.
Hare Krishna. Okay, thank you so much, Mother Shri Upanishad. Did anyone want to reflect on the last part that we read there?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
I'd like to.
Go ahead, Leela Smarna Prabhu. Please, go ahead.
I think it's significant that he mentions that these various altered states are available to everyone in terms of our development of love of God. It may seem sometimes that God has favorites, but he has no favorites. It all depends on us. our dedication and our surrender in order for us to experience those higher states of consciousness. And I think that all of us have experienced some degree of ecstasy and some type of mystical experience, which causes us to cling to this process. It's very wonderful that we're being given this opportunity to become free of the three modes of material nature. And we're actually doing the thing that Krishna wants us to do and the spiritual master wants us to do by accepting our spiritual master, following his instructions, and striving to help others. And the unique thing about Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and it was mentioned yesterday by one of the senior devotees about how there were sometimes protests about the way he preached and the way he wrote books covering various topics. But he was following the instructions of his spiritual master and helping to build a house that everyone can inhabit in. So many people have been attracted to Krishna through Bhakti Tirtha Swami giving forth various literatures, which at first didn't seem like they were Vedically inspired. In that saying that, I mean that you really couldn't see quotations from the Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita, but those truths were there. And so many people have become attracted to Krishna consciousness based on his ability to break down these higher principles and give everyone opportunity to become Krishna conscious. So I just wanted to add that because it's truly astounding, because I know several people who are slightly inimical toward devotees, but they love Bhakti Tirtha Swami. So we can see love in action. Thank you. Haribo.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Is there anyone else who'd like to share before we move on? Okay. All right, so we are going to move on then, and we'd like to, we already heard a little bit from Jivaji, so we'll go ahead and let me just introduce her officially. So she is, her name is Jiva Devi Dasi, and more well known as Jivaji from the Bhakti Recovery Group. Jivaji is a recovering addict and an aspiring devotee, and she started the Bhakti Recovery Group about 4 years ago. She's 27 years clean, and she met the devotees as a teen and joined in 2016. I asked her to join us today because so she could tell us a little bit about the Bhakti Recovery Group, because she actually uses His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's books to assist with that. So I thought it would be nice for her to share about what she does and how Maharaj has influenced her life in spite of the fact that she actually didn't get a chance to meet him. So please welcome Jivaji. Hare Krishna.
Hi, thank you so much, Ekadashi. Thank you so much, and please accept my humble obeisances. Thank you for having me. I don't really feel qualified or to be here. Also because I feel like he has such a strong, such a strong personal relationship with all of his disciples, and I feel in a way sometimes I feel a little bit like, I'm intruding on this very beautiful personal space, and I don't want to feel that way. So thank you for welcoming me. So first of all, Maharaj, while reading anything, I mean, every time I would speak to friends who had been in Krishna consciousness for longer years, have always told me, read Bhakti Tirtha Swami's books, because it'll be just your thing. And yes, it was, and it is. I really wish Krishna had it arranged it differently, but I really wish that I could have met him and taken shelter of him. I've taken shelter of one of his best friends, His Holiness Radhana Swami, and I think that's somehow Radhana Swami keeps me close to Bhakti Tirtha Swami. How he speaks of him, how he holds him so dear, and how all of his disciples hold him so dear. Bhakti Tirtha Swami was the only, Maharaj was the only, His Holiness was only the only practicing bhakti yogi who spoke a language that I really, really resonated with. I know that he worked closely in 12-step clinics, and I know that he was such a strong believer in the essence of things. And without getting, totally intellectual about everything, he has a way with words that are in print, getting the message of the essence of what bhakti is out and speaking from heart to heart. And right now I hold one meeting on Wednesdays with the beggar. I've been doing it for 3 years. We're on the beggar 2. And, the first meditation, let me just pull this up. Am I allowed to share screen here? Oh, there we go. So here we have meditation 1. This is from the beggar number 2, meditation 1. Many years ago, I was hiding. I was afraid of everyone and everything. All things, adamant and inanimate, seemed very threatening to me. I was afraid of the day because it revealed too much pain and activity. But I was even more afraid of the night because being surrounded by darkness was even more disturbing and depressing. But you, dear Spirit's guide, knew just where I was hiding, and you sought me out. No one but a being like you could have convinced me to leave my hiding place. No one but you would have had enough interest or compassion to be concerned with a fool as mad as I. When you came for me, intervened, I was on the verge of committing suicide. The only reason I had delayed so long was because I was afraid it might be painful, and I was terrified of what life would be like as in a ghost body. If I had known how to eliminate the pain and death and assuredly avoid a ghost body, suicide would have been my immediate solution. Still, when you first approached me, I did not trust you. I spoke harsh words to you and frequently tried to attack you. But instead of abandoning or destroying me, you simply observed my madness, waiting for the emergence of just 1 ounce of sanity whose flame could be fanned into normalcy. Often I seemed to gain some sanity, but soon afterwards I would slide back into the darkness. The more you tried to penetrate my consciousness, the more I was closed down to fight back. Finally, after many years of your subtle but constant guidance and tolerance, I gradually began to surrender to your instructions, simply because there was nowhere else to turn. Once you saw me begin to recover, you momentarily left me to my own. I was still in hiding, still afraid, but also feeling some solace in the thought that you would soon return to help me more. But this time you didn't return. This time you stayed away. Suddenly I was in panic. A silent scream emerged in me. What am I to do now? You rescued me from my hiding place and began to make me somewhat sane. Now I have seen too much to go back into full hiding. I've been too informed to remain in such blandness. Still, I am too weak, insecure, and immature to venture out alone into the more complete reality. I can only do this with your personal guidance, but you have left me. And what's more, you may never return. Why did you leave me so early, just as I was shedding my insanity? How could you pull me so far out of this stupor just to leave me behind? And after speaking such sweet words to me, how can you just leave me in this silence? Why would you feed me so fully, only to subject me to the never-ending fast? You've given me far too much to leave me empty-handed. What am I supposed to do now? No one has ever cared for me as much as you have. No one was ever as concerned as you. And no one can ever replace you. Every day I cry my heart out for your association. But where have you gone? Now I'm afraid to leave my hiding place because I want you to be able to find me whenever, if ever, you should return. I only sleep lightly now, and I've even awake periodically to look about to see if you have come back. So I won't go into all of this, but what I do want to speak on is that in my darkest times, I've rarely found a devotee. Speaking of dark times, and when I read this, I get emotional just talking about it, because when I read this, I've been there. And I never want to go back there again. The darkest places. And readings like this made me feel that I was never alone. Knowing that other people have that. And still, God loves them. Krishna loves them. Knowing that no matter what happens in our lives, no matter how empty we feel, no matter what happens, that if we just are able to run out of that burning building and grab onto God, whatever that process is, and what we just read was a process of that. It's a process of finding something. You know, we say in the program, there's nothing worse than a head full of program, that means AA, and a belly full of booze. And it's a head full of Krishna conscious knowledge and still being sucked back into Maya and the miseries of trying to fill that God-sized hole and knowing that it just doesn't work anymore. And that's a real tough space to be in. And only through association of like-minded devotees, and only through Krishna's mercy, and moreover, only through my willingness. And my willingness has to be as willing as only the dying can be to get through those things. So for me, having those dark nights of the soul, having those grappling with addictions and associated behaviors, and I would never have traded it for the world. And that's why I choose Bhakti Tirtha Swami's writings, because I think every addict and every person who has those dark nights, and we have them a lot. I don't know about, I don't know about other people, but people like me who are who have the karma of being born into an addict's body, we have that in the extremes. And we struggle with depression and all kinds of things, and all those thoughts. It's with us. It's like those demons, like in the reading we read before, with the demigods and the gods. The demigods and there are all kinds of different forces in this world, and all kinds of karma. And I think someone, Leela Smaranam Das, I think he was saying something that was really relevant. I can't remember what he was saying, but it was so amazing, about what we're willing to do, how willing we have to be on the lines of that. And it's so, I think Bhakti Tirtha Swami has been such an influence in the way I view bhakti, in the way I think a devotee has to be. There's a certain culture in ISKCON, a certain conformity, especially these days. I don't know how it used to be, but everything is, whistles and smiles and Hare Krishna, and, and I think it's wonderful. But I just don't quite fit there, because I'm not all whistles and smiles. And I've had my, I'm dragging this, incarcerated meat cavity around, trying to get little drops of nectar on the way, I'm trying to keep it as real and as honest as I can. And books like this just saved my life, actually. He's a poet. He was not only a scholar, like one of the most intelligent, like, devotees that I've ever encountered. From all of his readings, he's a poet. He's a whole package. I mean, he had everything. He had the deep heart, the high intelligence, he had it all. He had it all. So I think that's about it. I can just say that Guru Maharaj is not here, but he's so very present in the Bhakti Recovery Group. He has left his body, and all of the words that he left behind, and everything that he's written and created and expressed in every single format that he's done that in, whether it's through literature, through his personality, through his heart, through his words. He has helped so many addicts and so many alcoholics and so many devotees in recovery struggling from these kind of things, from dysfunctional families, from traumas, and from all of these things that we do in the Bhakti Recovery Group. So I'm eternally grateful for his writings. I'm eternally grateful for everything that he's left here. And for him, like I said, I'd love to have met him. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much I hope I did him some sort of justice, and I hope I did this okay. I love you all. Hare Krishna, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, we're very grateful that you were here and shared with us today. We have a couple of minutes before we have Gita Nagari. They're going to join in and make their offering. Is there anyone in the meantime who'd like to maybe share a quick pastime or share a reflection before we move on? Or I'm wondering if devotees, how they celebrated Vyasa Puja or are celebrating Vyasa Puja besides the program that we have here. Does anyone want to share what they did in their yatra or what they're going to do in their yatra?
Hare Krishna, Akadashi Prabhu. I don't know how to raise my hands, so I've been struggling with it.
That's okay. Please go ahead and share, Kunti Prabhu.
Yeah, so first of all, I was just incredibly impacted by Jiva Doya Prabhu, how she spoke, and it's just really heart-wrenching how Guru Maharaj continues to touch so many people, you know, with his love. So many people, his legacy is alive. He's just, his amazingness, his personality, his kindness, his deep compassion. It's just raining, you know, on everyone. It's so beautiful. I was crying as she was speaking. And I know a few people who are impacted by her service. You know, she really signifies her name, Jiva Doya, you know, compassion for all living entities. It's so beautiful. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate you so much. I really want to connect with you, Jiva Doya. I hope I was saying her name correctly, Jiva Doya.
You're saying it right. And if you need my number, ask Kadashi. I would love to connect. Thank you for those kind words.
Absolutely. Thank you for your offering. Yes, we did celebrate here in Washington. Sorry, we were not really officially participating in this beautiful Vyasa Puja. You know, we have a temple opening in DC, Potomac. The Potomac new temple is opening, and iFast is very much involved in, you know, the activities, the yagya. So we were there all day yesterday and today. I just wanted to participate, well, just be a part of it before we go back to participate again in the different activities. So yeah, we had a very beautiful Vyasa Puja here with the community, and devotees offered from their hearts as usual. They offered their various services. It's just, you know, it's amazing how Guru Maharaj is so much present for everyone, you know. And it makes me so happy to see that as God brothers and sisters, we are carrying so much of his mood and his legacy, you know. We continue the services, the instructions, you know, year after year. It's beautiful, you know. This is what we live for, to please him, to be part of this incredible wave of love. And so I'm grateful for all of you, for all of you, my God brothers and sisters, and all who are friends of iFast, and all who are admirers of Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Kunti Prabhu. We're very grateful. We know you're doing so many wonderful services, and we're happy that you were able to join in. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hare Krishna, Hari Hari Bol.
Okay.
Jai Prabhu.
Go
All
ahead.
glories to Guru Dev. I've been over here at my home. I've been dancing, I've been crying, and I've been just ecstatic. You know, Guru is very outrageous. Of course he is. But the devotee, the young lady that was just speaking, she just touched my heart. You know, I'm still in tears. It's very emotional about how she feels about Guru Dev, and that's just so wonderful. This is a very emotional experience, this Vyasa Puja celebration. So I'm going to just share a little bit about our celebration that we had at Her Grace Agnihotra and her husband, His Grace Avadut Prabhu. We celebrated Vyasa Puja celebration with at their home, and it was just off the hook. We danced. We had honor prasadam. We had devotees association from Gita Nagari, Rajalila, Ekavira, Jambavati, Sahadev, Hari Hari Chakra, yoga, I can't even think of everyone's name right now, but it was just wonderful. And, we're just so eternally grateful for our Guru Dev and his mercy and his continual, how he reaches out. Even though we say that he's not here, he is. He's right here. He's within our hearts all the time, 24/7, every day. When you think of him, he just appears. I just wanted to share that, and to say that, and I'm going to keep on dancing and doing my thing because of that. Bhakti Tirtha Swami ki jai, Hari Hari Bol, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for telling us about that wonderful program. You didn't mention the prasadam, but I'm sure the prasadam was extraordinary. All right.
Yes. I just want to say one more thing about the cake. Mother Kamagiri's granddaughter, she baked this delicious cake for our Maharaj. It was huge. It was a carrot cake. And I'm telling you, I done been back over there twice to get some more cake, So the prasadam was just wonderful. Agni, she does her usual, thing with that, with the cooking, with her mercy of being able to just please everyone. And Mother Kamagiri was there, how could I not mention her, Grace Kamagiri? And, it's just so wonderful. So, okay, Prabhu, Hare Krishna, Jai.
Thank you.
Haribol.
Oh, good. Who's that?
Haribol, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Oh, Parvati Prabhu. Okay.
Haribol.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Dhanavaskar Prabhus. I wanted to share something about Srila Gurudev. When I first met him I want to say in 1984, I think he became an initiating guru in 1985. And in 1986, January of 1986, I took initiation, and it was just a handful of us. Actually, it was Yoshoda Mai and myself. And we were initiated in New Vrindavan. And actually, I was his first American disciple. And I remember that it was just a handful of us, and everything was new. We worked very hard to pull things together. And I actually worked as his public relations director. And, we did so many television shows and radio shows and newsprint, that sort of thing. But when we had his Vyasa Puja, as my understanding, it was his first Vyasa Puja, February of 2086, because I think the African devotees got initiated in 85. I think they were his first initiates in December of 1985. So that was Govinda and that group. They got initiated, and then Yashoda was already initiated. She just really kind of set in on the ceremony to get her name. But I think she already had her name. I'm not sure, but just the formation of it was in January of 1980, I want to say 1986. So again, everything was new. His Vyasa Puja, everything we did was it was new. And so we had this opportunity to do a Vyasa Puja at a house, that was in a pretty nice neighborhood. And all of his family members came. I mean, everybody kind of thought, especially back at that time. What is wrong with you people, you Black people? Why are you doing what you're doing? Are you crazy? My family thought I was insane. And his family, they weren't happy about it. They weren't happy at all. And I remember his sister kept saying, John this and John that. And my stomach was turning. And I was saying, but can't you call him Reverend John? You know, it didn't sit with me well, you know, because to me, he was elevated. You know, he wasn't just a John. I mean, you know, he had a rebirth. And I wanted them to recognize he's your brother, but he's my spiritual master. And at least around me, you know, it would just be good. Me and all the other disciples to please give him his due respect. And his family members came to that Vyasa Puja, and that changed everything. I mean, they wanted to come to this house, you know, because they thought, well, it's going to be in Shaker. So, wow, you know, you got some Hare Krishnas in Shaker. But it was just the Lord's mercy that we were able to do it that way. And, you know, I remember even going to the hospital to meet his father. His father he was a typical alpha male. And I took a picture of Gurudev and I showed it to him. I said, you know who this is? He said, yeah, that's me. I said, no, that's your son. And he started laughing. It was just so hilarious. And their relationship actually flourished from that point because the devotees were extending to his family members, and they were becoming more and more agreeable to, well, maybe this is okay, because the people we're meeting, they seem to be okay. And the same thing happened in my family. I mean, my family thought, well, you're not eating meat. I mean, you're always dressed in these long dresses. What is wrong with her? And then we did this program for Mother Perlene, his mom, at the senior citizen place.
Oh, Parvati Prabhu? I'm sorry, they're starting their live stream for Nagari. So I'm gonna have to interrupt you. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Afterwards, okay? Please don't go away.
All right, let me just finish this one thing and then I'm gonna be done. From that program we did, it completely changed my mother. And she fell in love with Guru Dev. That's what the point I wanted to make. Thank you. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu, for sharing.
Padantikam Vande Ham Shri Guru Shri Yukta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamstra Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatavitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parigana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakavitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishisha Sunyavadi Pashatya Disatarini Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Namine Shri Vashabhanave Devi Dayitaya Kripadaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayane Prabhave Namaha Madhuyojwala Premadia Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravane Shri Muktaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virodapasidanta Duanta Harine Namo Gorakishoraya Shakshat Varagya Mutaye Vipralamba Rasambude Padambujo Ya Te Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachit Ananda Namnine Gora Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Goravi Bhava Bhumi Twam Nridista Sajana Priya Vaishnava Savabhuma Shri Jagannataya Te Namaha Vancha Karpa Tarubhyas Cha Kripa Sindhubhya Ivacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Namo Maha Vandayaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishna Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namine Goratuse Namaha Pancha Tatwamakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Saktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radhakanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pango Mama Manda Mate Gati Mat Savaswa Padambujo Radha Madana Mohano Divyat Ridaraya Karpa Drumada Shrimat Ratnagara Simhasana Sto Shrimat Radha Shila Govinda Divo Kristalabi Sivyamano Smarame Shriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamsi Vata Tata Stita Kashan Venu Swanai Gopil Gopinata Shriye Stunaha Takta Kanchana Gorangi Radhe Vrindavineshwari Rishabhanu Sutadevi Pranamami Hare Priye, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadara, Shri Vasadi, Gora, Bhakta, Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare, 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 Rama, Hare, Rama, 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 Hare, 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 Krishna, Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare, 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 Rama, Hare, Rama, 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 Hare, 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 Krishna, Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare, 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 Rama, Hare, Rama, 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 Hare, Hare, Nama, Om, Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pristaya, Bhutale, Srimati, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Iti Namine, Namaste, Krishna Padaya, Prabhupada, Ashritatmane, Shri Gora, Karuna Shakti, Bhakti Tirtha Namine, Isa Puspanjali. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Krishna Pari Ki. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pristaya, Bhutale, Srimati, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Iti Namine, Namaste, Krishna Padaya, Prabhupada, Ashritatmane, Shri Gora, Karuna Shakti, Bhakti Tirtha Namine, Isa Puspanjali. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Krishna Pari Ki. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pristaya, Bhutale, Srimati, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Iti Namine, Namaste, Krishna Padaya, Prabhupada, Ashritatmane, Shri Gora, Karuna Shakti, Bhakti Tirtha Namine, Isa Puspanjali. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Krishna Pari Ki. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Samsaradava loka Pranaya karunya gana gana tvam Samsara dava lalita loka Tranaya kar gana gana tva Praptasya kalyan nanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charana Vindam Praptasya kahalyana Nanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charana Vindam Mahaprabhu Kevatani Jagis Vadaprasna Manasurasen Vadaprasna Manasurasena Ram Smajakam Patro Tarangabaja Vansegura Charanar Daha Sri Hara Sringara Samani Dhira Margana Sri Hara Nityananda Sringaratana Dhira Margana
Patrovita Shre Swagana Treta Hare Vasatan Kritvaila Trepten Rajata Sadaiva Vande Gurva Karanganarasu Trerati Kama Dagayoram Dagayalela Krishna Sutrina Danegara Karanada Senda Ayodam Keke Yaya Ledere Affection Change Return Ayon Rakeshel Deja Yaya Ledere Affection Change Radhika Shateva Sacha Vandegara Charanara Dakshana Revena Dhamastatra Okastana Madhya Pavaya Rashya Vanekar Pavachana Prakash Bhagavata Yaja Pracharam Tatachi Kundam Yaja Bhagavata Yaja Pracharam Tatachi Kundam Siyayam Stabam Satyaya Chaprachan Vandekri Narapes Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Puja na Padma Kevala Bhata Te Savatma Sri Charana Bhata Kevala Bhata Te Satma Vanamo Vadana Ate Namo Savadana Mate Dhara Prasha Devasta Tahore Yada Krishna Bhakti Hare Krishna Bhakti Hare Goro Mokapa Madhya Sikute Kore Sya Amasya Padma Madhya Chete Kore Sya Reguro Chara Nevati Suta Nakate Kepachade Ure Tarva Shai Shahade, Chakotanade, now Jahe, Chidagekra, Bose, Chakotanade, Lord, yes, it's fancy. That's but it's Prema Bhakti Tirtha Swami Every night, Padaya Krishna Pristahaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Hamine Come Shenam Yada Shri Bhakti Tirtha Swami Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Saraswati Dev, Gauramani Prakash, Vishwa, Jamunabade, Bhagavane,
Okay, thank you so much. That was that's the Gita Nagari farm, and we know that this is the place where Maharaj actually left his body. As he was saying, as we heard earlier, that he specifically wanted to do that so that for our benefit, so that we all could understand that these temples established by Srila Prabhupada and his devotees, they are holy places. So thank you, Gitanagari Dham, for sharing with us today. All right. We're going to move on to a presentation from the devotees from Hungary. We'll have Her Grace Shama Mohita Devi Dasi, His Grace Yadunath Das, and Gopal Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna dear devotees, I'm Shama Mohita from Hungary, my son Balagopal and our god brother who visit us in Sridham Mayapur, Yadunath Prabhu from Nigeria, and we offer this song from our heart, pleasure of Gurudev, we begging his mercy for better devotional life. Hare Krishna. Gurudev, Kripa Bandhu Diya, Koroe Dase, Tina Peka Dina. Gurudev, Kripa Bandhu Diya, Koroe Dase, Tina Peka Dina. Sakala Sahane Sakala Sahane Balageya Koro Nijamane Srihahina Gurudev Sakala Samana Korite Shakati Tihonata Jata Jata Gurudev Sakala Samana Korite Shakati Tabito Gaibo
Dina Kodo More Atma Sata Shakti Buddhina Amiyati Dina Kore More Atma Sata Guru Dev Jagayata Vichari Kichunahi Pai Tamara Kodana Sada Gurudev Jagayata Vichari Kichunahi Pai Tamara Karuna Sada Karuna na holiye Kandiya Kandiya Prana na Rakhi Bohara Karuna na holiye Kandiya Kandiya Prana Rakhi Bohara Hare Krishna
Oh, okay. I was really getting into that. All right, that was very nice. Thank you so much. And we are going to move on now to, we're going to Mexico, well, USA, but originally from Mexico, we're going to hear from Lilamrita Dasi. And Lilamrita is basically she has organized our whole schedule for today. So we're very grateful to her for that. And she is a disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, and she's going to share a new project that she's working on with us.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to His co-founder Acharya A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. All glories to our beloved Gurudev Bhakti Tirtha Swami. My name is Lilamrita Dasi. I'm a Bhakti Tirtha Swami's disciple and student. I'm an avid reader, and I have so much appreciation for my Guru's books. In honor of my Guru's Vyasa Puja this year, I'm launching the School of Love Book Club, a place to read together his books and share our thoughts. My Guru wrote 19 books, so we have a lot to read. If you like to read like me and want to read together, please join the club I'm launching to honor the hard work my Guru put into the work with his books. The session will happen once a month, and the Zoom link will be shared upon request in the School of Love Book Club WhatsApp group. Your servant with love, Lilamrita Dasi.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. We look forward to being a part of that. All right. Well, now, if there are any disciples who would, or anyone who would like to share, they're having a good old time there in Gita Nagari. If there's anyone who'd like to share, make their offering or share a pastime. Mother Parvati, are you still there with us? Okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, I see someone has unmuted. Who is that, Prabhu? Okay. Looking for anyone who'd like to speak now spontaneously. Feel like you've heard so much and you're maybe remembering something that you'd like to share about His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami, an exchange that you had, or if you want to make a spontaneous offering.
Krishna, Hari Bol, Jai Hari Krishna, Dhanyavad. I just missed that book club. Could you share a little bit more about that? I wasn't able to hear. I just saw the flyer glimpsely, So, what's this book club?
Yeah, well, it's something that Lilamrita is doing. She's actually translating right now. Spanish for us, so she can't really speak, but she's basically creating a space where we can all read Gurudev's books together at least once a month.
Jai Haribo.
Yeah.
And that will start, is there a date when it'll start, or?
I didn't see a start date. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't see a start date. Yeah, maybe we can check in with her before we end and see if there's a specific date for that. Oh, okay, here goes the flyer.
Kadashi Prabhu, can I say something?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Navikishore, our god brother, also has a book club reading our Guru Maharaj's books. I don't know specifics, but he does invite devotees to join him. They're reading one of the leadership books. So
I mean, we can find out. Maybe he can post on the global his
Yeah. Yeah.
the specific date and time. But yeah.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
thank
I'm
thank you,
sure.
Katie.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, and I was just going to say that I'm sure Lilamrita will post her flyer in the group also.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that, you know, we're still working on putting lectures together to make books, new books for Gurudev. So yeah, it's a little bit of a process, but it's still happening. And also there are audiobooks that are in the works as well. I think there was, let me see, is Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu, are you still on here? Yeah, Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu? Okay, well, yeah, so that's still happening. There, my understanding is that we maybe lost the editor for the audiobooks. She went back to school or something, wasn't able to continue, and she was doing it as a service. So if you know of anyone perhaps who has experience with editing audiobooks, please let us know, because we have some, we have, as I said, books in the making. And it would be nice to get those out so that everyone can benefit from them. All right. Is there anyone who wanted to share before we move on? Okay. All right. So we're going to move to the drama. Yeah, so next there's going to be a recording of a drama, and this is by a grand disciple of Gurudev, and the drama is it's a dramatization of one of the beggar entries. Mother, thank you for waking me up.
Yesterday, I had a nightmare. I was a prisoner in the material world. I was frightened, sad, and depressed. There were constant quarrels and wars among nations, tribes, and even within and between families. People were so addicted to sex, meat, and intoxication that they slept most of the time, wasting what was left of their lives in meaningless activities. In this dream, I saw many insane people, starving and homeless, imprisoned by their senses. All the residents of this world were in constant anxiety, a state they projected on each other, resulting in aggression and offenses. There was no trust because everyone was a cheat. Those that considered themselves a little less sinful engaged in an impotent religious lifestyle that did nothing to free themselves or their dependents from bondage. I wander, searching for higher, more meaningful experiences like a madman, desperately unhappy in my madness. Not wanting to surrender, I try an assortment of distractions: academic studies, various jobs, and social recreation. I had a multitude of friends, each bringing a different flavor of frustration. I tried to bury my frustration in the opposite sex, looking for the perfect partner. All I found was a deep dissatisfaction and a nagging conscience, reminding me that I was only pretending to be happy. My pain was great, my suffering beyond description. Boredom and misery dogged me at my ankles. Thoughts of suicide flirted with me like a lusty mistress. I turned to mysticism and spirituality, seeking the unorthodox for clarification. The more I got involved in organizations, the more unorganized my life became. My torment escalated as I finally understood that this was not my home, but I knew nothing about my real domain. I joined some devotees, although not very staunch in their practices. They at least knew they had to get out of this world. Most struggled for a while and then gave up the endeavor, trying again to weave themselves back into the fabric of the illusion. My malaise increased daily. I craved the Lord of my heart. I yearned to join him in his kingdom. I relished his adventures and pastimes and pity myself for my inability to partake in them. Playing games with my mind, I kept myself busy so that I felt less the weight of my agony. Maybe the problem was me? For most people went about their business undisturbed by thoughts of escape. Perhaps God is not all-merciful. How has He abandoned me to such purgatory? I scream for your costless mercy. All seemed lost until I felt the tender shake from you. Dear Divine Mother, in your concern for this child, you awakened me from my nightmare. There were no words to describe my relief and happiness in discovering that hellish prison was only a dream. I was in indescribable bliss to learn that I had never for 1 second left the company of my associates and the abode of my masters. My father did not abandon me. The tender concern of my mother brought me once again into the magnificent loving reality of which I was a part. Oh, Divine Mother, I pray that I may never escape your merciful glance. Without your attentiveness, the living entities suffer without relief from the hellish illusions and dreams of the material universe. I remain grateful.
Wow, that was really beautiful. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite meditations. So nice. So nicely done and put together as a video. All right, so we're going to move on to more offerings from Grand Disciples. We have from Ghana, Her Grace Nandapriya Devi Dasi.
My name is Nandapriya, and I wrote this poem to beloved Gurudev, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj Krishnapad. Oh Gurudev, here I am, your fallen servant who seek your mercy. I bow down to you and beg to lead me beyond the duality. Take me in the true permanent fullness reality, and save me from the conception of happiness and sorrow beyond space, time, yesterday, now, and tomorrow. My eyes was blind until you opened them and lead me in the world of real happiness and devotion. You are my life, my everything, pure servant of God, a pure devotee, a true believer, excellent preacher, a great person, a wonderful teacher. You are the source of knowledge and have overcome the mind. You internally keep performing righteous action for humankind. Aspire the best purifier. You bomb the seeds from causal liar. I keep cleansing and praying that I will be always able to serve you without a fail. I wash and polish my heart to be your accommodation, hoping that my heart will be your location. Please protect me from all kinds of worries and fears. Help my anarthas disappear. Because you have the power to keep my inspiration at higher level, to connect to the divine channel. Your lotus feet is object of my meditation. So please show me direction to the source of bliss and devotion. Let me serve you and cross this material ocean. Oh Gurudev, your teaching I gladly embrace, seeking refuge in your boundless grace.
Okay, thank you. That was Nanda Priya Devi Dasi. And now we're moving on to Nigeria. We'll hear from Sita Devi Dasi, Janmastami Devi Dasi, and Bhakti Sudana.
Krishna, dear devotees, today gathered globally in the divine presence of our beloved spiritual guide, His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, I am humbled and honored to offer my heartfelt gratitude and reverence. Param Gurudev's teachings have touched our hearts and guided us on the path of devotion and self-discovery. Param Gurudev was as fierce as the burning white flames of a wildfire, impacting wisdom and cultivating love towards every soul that comes across his way. Param Gurudev was a teacher, a warrior, a spiritual master, a father. Param Gurudev was everything. I extend my deepest gratitude to you, dear Param Gurudev, for your immeasurable contributions to my spiritual growth and well-being. We are eternally grateful for your presence in our lives. Hare Krishna.
Gurudev, happy Vyasa Puja. I'm the last baby in Ustana Devi Dasi. Please, Gurudev, I just want to say a very big thanks to you for this rare opportunity you gave to me to take Shita to Lotus Feet. Although I've not met his name as Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj before, I don't know so much about him. All I know that Shri Gurudev was a lovely person. I grew up, saw him always smiling in both videos and pictures, and dance ecstatically in Kirtan. His name as Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj was a great man, a good father, and a good spiritual master. Hare Krishna, happy Vyasa Puja.
All right, Hare Krishna. Okay, so I just want to mention, that the video that we saw, the beggar entry by video was done by Jagan Nivas Das and some other devotees from Vrindavan. And now we are ready for the sweetest part of the ceremony, and we're coming to a close as well. So we're going to have the cake offerings made by different devotees, and the first one is by Lavanga Manjari Devi Dasi, and she is in Croatia, and she is a disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. So let's see what offering Lavanga is making for our Gurudev.
Mother Ekadashi, I think we have one more video to show. Is that true, Yogi?
Yeah, I didn't see Sita Devi Dasi. Are we showing that, or are we starting the cake offerings? One moment, please.
Oh, we're going to be playing the video. So if the tech team could please play the video, thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Lavanga.
So, first off, let me ask you, Your Grace. This is not your first time of visiting Nigeria. Why are you here now?
I am here. I am completing a world tour. I left my headquarters in Washington last year. I'm visiting many of the West Africa countries, and I have been going to India in a month, and then back to US. My visit is about a fourfold purpose in visiting with many world religious leaders. Second, I had been giving many lectures in universities and metaphysical organizations. I had been meeting many political and academic personalities in the country. And of course, I am visiting many of our own centers, trying to see how our devotees are doing. If our priests and priestesses are being faithful to the mission they have been assigned to, help people know that God is about love and peace.
So, my second question is, you were born as John Favors. You don't use that name anymore?
I use the name, I used to have many names because my background is very diversified. You know, I am a psychologist, I am an academician, and I'm also a priest. So according to what environment I am in, people call me a different name. I am also an African chief in some of the African countries. So all the names are just part of some small categorization.
Your Grace, you were born into a godly family in the United States of America. And in fact, as a child, you appeared in television to preach Christianity. So how come you are now in the Hare Krishna religion?
I think that is the reason my life has always been about trying to serve God in a deeper perspective. One thing very special about the Hare Krishna teachings is that we follow the Vedic teachings. The Vedas is known as some of the oldest spiritual scriptures on the entire planet. The Hare Krishna movement explains very thoroughly about life after death. It gives information about life on other planets. It helps us to understand how there is one God. God has different names like Allah, Jehovah. We call him Krishna. God cannot God cannot be appreciated from a sectarian perspective. The Hare Krishna teachings helps us appreciate all the bona fide prophets. The Hare Krishna teachings helps us to see how these prophets in different place and circumstance, but how they are representing the same God. All over the world, we have millions of followers from every continent, in every race, in almost every tribes, who particularly take shelter of some of our teachings, because they are very excited by the depth of philosophical understanding that they can acquire from studying with us.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so that was another wonderful offering, and we are ready now for the cake offerings, and then we're going to wind up our program. So first is Lavanga Manjari. Can spotlight Lavanga's video? Okay, there we go. We can't hear you.
Now on.
Yes, yes, go ahead, Hare Krishna.
So yeah, I made a vegan raw cake because last 2 years I'm on more on this healthy food. So I made cake from dates and nuts and violets from my garden.
Hi.
The date is into Gurudev. It's like a form of heart. Violets. To Gurudev. My small offering to Guru Maharaj.
It's very beautiful from your heart. You literally gave him your heart.
Was trying.
Very beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, next we have the cake offering from Damayanti Devi Dasi from Ghana.
Hare Krishna Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. All glories to you Gurudev. On this auspicious day, I wanted to offer this wonderful cake, prasad, to our beloved Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. I am grateful that in the gathering of the millions of wonderful devotees, I got the opportunity to serve Srila Krishna Pad. I feel very fortunate today, Gurudev. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Okay, thank you. Another wonderful cake, the lotus cake. All right, and now we're going to move on to India. Navakishori Devidasi, Bhakta Rahul, and Bhakta Abhishek.
Hare Krishna. We are presenting this cake on behalf of India Yatra. This cake represents life and teaching of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj by showcasing different books he had written. Each book may represent a milestone in his teachings, offering guidance and wisdom to his followers. The cake's theme reflects the significance of Maharaj's literary works in spreading spiritual knowledge and enlightenment to his disciples and the wider community. We thank all the devotees for their wonderful contribution in making this cake. Also, we thank the Sangha for giving us this opportunity to serve. Hare Krishna.
Oh, look at that. I like all the books there, and we're right on top, ready to jump right in. Okay, next we have another offering from India, cake offering from Sweta Mataji. Okay, we'll wait a few minutes. Maybe it's still in the oven.
Priya devotees, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and our Param Gurudev.
This is a small offering on behalf of the ISKCON Gorakhpur devotees. We humbly pray to be instrumental in Srila Param Gurudev's service forever.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Okay, great. And we've got two more. The next one is Vishnu Priya Devi Dasi from Mauritius.
Hare Krishna, dear Srila Gurudev. I take the opportunity to wish all Kaveri and my sisters a happy Vyasa Puja. And today I have baked carrot cake from His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj for his auspicious birthday. I hope Maharaj will relish that cake. Hare Krishna.
So many beautiful cakes. And we have our final cake of the day is from Hari Prana Priya Devi Dasi from Kenya.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. This is a humble offering from the Nairobi Yatra. Every day His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami used to write a letter to Srila Prabhupada. So we also thought of writing a letter to him today. So here's our little letter in appreciation of everything he has done for us. The dark color on the cake represents his complexion. Despite being dark, his effulgence of compassion enlightens all of our lives. The stars on the cake represent us shining bright because of him. The saffron color represents him being a sannyasi, and the little flowers on the cake are an offering of love from all of us to him.
Okay, very beautiful. A nice Gurudev colored cake. Okay, so we have come to the end of our program. Okay, and yeah, thank you all so much for coming. And we look forward to, as you know, we have these monthly gatherings regularly. So if you, and the links are always posted in the Gurudev Global Connect. So if you'd like to join in next month, please be sure to do so. And we will be calling on some of you to please come again, and especially to share some of your pastimes with us. Okay, all right, well, thank you. Hare Krishna, all glories to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, Shri Krishna Pad Ki Jai.
Bye.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Dandavats to you.
Thank you so much, and Dandavat Pranam to all of you for bringing us a little bit closer to Maharajji. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Shout out to our wonderful MC.
Yes.
Jai. Haribo. I'm trying to follow in Krishna Shakti's footsteps and not doing that.
Yeah, Krishna Shakti as well. Haribo.
And well, I don't have everyone's name, but I'd also like to thank, of course, Dhruva Maharaj Prabhu, who organizes these regular meetings, and I mean, it's really wonderful that he does that service, and he has kept it up for so long. And also, again, as I mentioned, Lilamrita, who she organized for today. She collected everyone's offerings and put everything together. Yes, and then There's also Yogini, who is, and Lilamrita was also doing the translation for the Spanish devotees, and then Yogini, who's a disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Damodara Maharaj, who does so much with the tech and also was doing translation in Portuguese. And we had a Russian translator as well, whose name I don't know, and many, many devotees behind the scenes who are making sure everything goes so smoothly. So thank you again, and we'll end here. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, Srila Krishna Pada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Before we go, can we just say a quick thank you to Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu as well, because he set up the global WhatsApp group. Yeah, he did that. And off the back of that, we can do these programs and everything. So a big thank you to Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu, and also for being a kind friend to me over 27 years. So his inspiration has kept me going in doing this service. So a big thank you to Bhuta Bhavana Prabhu and his good wife.
Haribo. Haribo. Hare Krishna.